So the first team on the list is the 76ers. Before I get started, here are the rules you need to know. To build each franchise's ultimate team, I will be picking a starting 5, a second unit representing each position, and then 3 additional rotation players at any position I choose. In total, there will be 13 roster spots. It's worth mentioning that I will not simply be building these teams based on how talented each player is, but I'll also be factoring in how well these players would do together as teammates. So without further ado, let's get into it. Starting at point guard for the ultimate 76ers is the incredible 6-foot scorer Allen Iverson. At his peak in 2001, Iverson carried his 76ers offensively to the NBA Finals, while securing the League MVP award. Although the answer was known primarily as a scorer, he was capable of facilitating more than most people usually recognize. Of the 10 players with the highest scoring averages in NBA history, Iverson has the 3rd highest assist per game average at 6.2 per game, which trails only LeBron James and Jerry West. There's definitely a debate to be had on whether Iverson is a point guard or a shooting guard, but based on his fit within this roster, I'm placing him at the 1. Starting as shooting guard alongside of Iverson is the 6'3" shooter Hersey Hawkins. At his peak, he was averaging about 22 points in Philadelphia and was an All-Star in 1991. There's certainly more talented players that you could put in the number 2 spot, but something that's rather interesting about the 76ers franchise is that they don't have many all-time great 3-point shooters within their history, and this starting lineup will desperately need a perimeter shooter who can space the floor for the rest of the starting 5. Hawkins certainly fits that mold, as he hit 40.6% of his 3-point attempts in his days in Philly. The player starting at small forward is one of the easiest choices of the entire list, and it's the man known as the Doctor, Julius Erving. This 6'7" wing was simply one of the greatest above-the-rim finishers of all time. Much of his prime years were in the ABA, but even as a 76er, Dr. J was a league MVP and an NBA champion. Honestly, not much elaborating should be necessary for this selection. Starting at power forward is the round mound of rebound, Charles Barkley. I understand he got his lone MVP in 1993 with the Phoenix Suns, but if you ask me, the best and most dominant version of Charles was actually in Philly, as he was at his peak athletically and was a terrifying combination of speed and power. He was a monstrous scorer who was always among the league leaders in rebounds while shooting consistently around 60% from the field. Now, picking the starting center is actually a little tough, as it's easily the most stacked position within the 76ers organization. But for me personally, I gotta go with the incredible Wilt Chamberlain, and specifically, I'm thinking of the 1967 and 1968 version that was nearly leading the league in scoring, assists, rebounds, and efficiency all at the same time. This unselfish and more selective version of Chamberlain would mesh together beautifully with this incredibly strong starting 5. So now let's look at the second unit. Coming off the bench at point guard would be the 6'1" Hall of Famer Maurice Cheeks. He's one of the more underappreciated stars of basketball history, as he was one of the greatest defensive players ever at his position, and he was also a solid floor general who had elite court vision. At the shooting guard spot for the second unit is the 6'2" Hall of Famer and the 10-time All-Star Hal Greer. For much of his career, he was the underrated sidekick of Wilt Chamberlain, and was a solid two-way threat as he could punish you with his solid scoring, or he could find the open man if the defense wasn't careful. The small forward for the second unit will be the 6'6" star Billy Cunningham. This man was so much better than most people realize, as he was an awesome combination of grace and hustle. In his prime, he was simultaneously a top scorer in the league while being an elite rebounder, and in 1970 specifically, he averaged 26 points per game while pulling down 13 boards per game. He was also a massive contributor for the 76ers championship team in 1967, and he'll fit in quite well with his team-oriented second unit. The power forward for the second unit is simply one of the greatest defensive players of all time, Bobby Jones. This 6'9" weapon was nicknamed the Secretary of Defense, and for good reason, as he made 11 all-defense teams in his 12-year professional career. He'll be right at home, providing energy and effort off the bench, as he won the Sixth Man of the Year award in 1983. He also had quality shot selection, as he was regularly among the league leaders in field goal percentage. The backup center is the 76ers' former MVP and Finals MVP, Moses Malone. In this second unit, he'll have tremendous chemistry with Mo Cheeks and Bobby Jones, as they were all teammates on the historically dominant 1983 76ers. Basically, every loose board will be his, as Moses was one of the greatest rebounders of all time, and more specifically, the greatest offensive rebounder of all time. If you need me to elaborate on why he's the guy to back up Wilt Chamberlain, then you should probably just watch my Moses Malone video to gain a greater appreciation of his game. So now that we've established the starters and the second unit, let's pick the 3 rotation pieces. First off, I'm taking Joel Embiid as the most obvious selection. I gotta admit, having Embiid as simply a rotation player kinda feels disgusting. But it would feel even worse to reduce Wilt Chamberlain or Moses Malone to that role, so it kinda is what it is. I will say, having a 30-point scorer like Embiid in a rotation spot certainly speaks to the depth and talent of this team. But in a playoff situation, there's no question that I'd rather have Moses and Chamberlain getting the majority of the minutes. For my second rotation spot, give me the 6'3" shooting guard Andrew Toney. This two-time All-Star was a solid and efficient offensive weapon for the 1983 76ers, and with 4 other players from that team, Toney will be right at home on this roster. For the third rotation spot, and my final spot on this roster, give me the point guard James Harden. Sure, his prime seasons were certainly with the Houston Rockets, but even since, Harden is simply too good to leave off the roster, and whether he's needed as a scorer or a distributor, he can have a massive impact off the bench. So here is a final look at my 13-man roster that to me represents the ultimate Philadelphia 76ers team. They may not be the most stacked franchise within this series, but they're certainly in the argument. First off, the starting point guard for the Bucks is the legendary Oscar Robertson. By the time Oscar arrived in Milwaukee, he was 32 years old and was no longer at the peak of his basketball abilities. But with that being said, he was still tremendously impactful in a multitude of ways, effectively scoring, rebounding, and assisting his way to an All-Star selection. Alongside of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, he won the NBA championship in his very first season as a Buck. Given his veteran experience and his sound decision-making, I'm very comfortable making him the starting floor general of this all-time Bucks squad. Starting at the shooting guard will be the 6'5" sniper Ray Allen. He was in his early to mid-20s during his days with the Bucks, and this version of Allen was actually a solid combination of lethal perimeter shooting and a fantastic slasher, who would often finish plays well above the rim. Many people forget, or simply never knew, that the younger version of Allen was a superstar in his own right, who had the handles to take players off the dribble and had the athleticism to be a dominant scorer even inside of the painted area. Oscar will absolutely love finding Allen at the three-point line or as a slashing scorer. Starting as small forward is the perennial all-star Marcus Johnson. This 6'7" wing was an elite scorer and rebounder during his prime, averaging as high as 25 points and 10 rebounds in his first 2 seasons in the league. For a scoring small forward, he was one of the most efficient players of all time, hitting 51.8% of his shots throughout the totality of his career. And in 1979, when he averaged 25.6, he was hitting a remarkable 55% of his field goal attempts. Very few non-centers in league history have averaged that many points on that level of efficiency. Without question, his bread and butter was his mid-range jumper, but he was also fantastic at finishing at the rim through the contact. He would certainly be a major contributor for this starting unit. Starting at power forward is none other than the Greek freak, Giannis. You guys know all about this guy. A 7-foot athletic specimen who is one of the most intimidating two-way players of all time. He has 2 MVPs, he's a former Defensive Player of the Year, an NBA champion, and a dominant Finals MVP. For this group, Giannis will be providing plenty of facilitating, scoring, rebounding, and rim protection. He's not an elite perimeter shooter, but he'll certainly enjoy kicking the ball out to his other elite perimeter shooting teammates. On this roster, Giannis won't be leaned upon as heavily as he's used to, but I don't think it's something that would cause him any frustration. Starting at the center position is arguably the greatest center in basketball history, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Sure, he was most famous for his days with the Los Angeles Lakers, but without question, he was the most dominant during his time in Milwaukee, especially on the offensive end of the court. Obviously, this 7-2 MVP was one of the greatest centers of all time, as he was equipped with arguably the most unstoppable signature move ever, the skyhook shot. He was also a tremendous rim protector and had underappreciated quickness. At his individual best in 1972, he averaged nearly 35 points, over 16 rebounds, and nearly 5 assists, while being one of the most efficient players in the entire league. As a championship winner alongside of the great Oscar Robertson, he'll have an extra bit of chemistry with the starting point guard of the squad. Moving on to the second unit, the backup point guard will be the all-time great perimeter defender, Sidney Moncrief. Now Moncrief may be seen to some as a 2-guard rather than a 1, but he does have experience playing both positions well, and based on the roster needs of this unit, he'll be a better fit at point guard. Only one guard in NBA history has won the Defensive Player of the Year multiple times, and that is the 6'4" Moncrief. With that being said, you would be a fool to think that he could only play defense. On offense, he was a solid facilitator and a pretty reliable scorer, usually getting around 20 points per game on over 50% shooting. If Oscar or Allen are ever struggling with their defensive assignment in the starting unit, then Moncrief will be an impeccable substitution. The backup shooting guard will be the 6'6" shooter Michael Redd. Throughout the 2000s, Redd was one of the most lethal volume 3-point shooters in the entire league. Yet for some reason, he seems to have been widely forgotten by the basketball community. I certainly haven't forgot his abilities though, as you had to stay close to this man on the perimeter at all times. Otherwise, he would make you pay for it. He was never considered elite in any area other than as a scorer, but at his best in 2007, he was scoring 26.7 points per game while finishing in the top 10 in the league for 3-pointers attempted per game. Similar to Ray Allen's impact in the starting unit, Michael Redd will be the primary floor spacer for the second unit, as he'll do a fantastic job of keeping the defense honest. The backup small forward will be the 6'7" champion, Chris Middleton. This modern star has had a significant impact on the Bucks in recent years, and on this all-time squad, he'll be chipping in as well. Middleton gives this roster another valuable 3-point shooter and championship experience. Obviously, as a longtime teammate of Giannis, there will be some chemistry when those two players happen to find themselves on the floor together. The power forward for the second unit will be the 6'9" Terry Cummings. This former All-Star was a consistent double-double player, who was actually the team's leading scorer when they eliminated Michael Jordan and the Chicago Bulls in the 1985 playoffs, while averaging nearly 30 points per game over the series. During his era, he had elite ball handling and footwork that was extremely rare for a power forward. His jump shot was also extremely difficult to defend due to his pull-up jumper with an extremely high release point. He'll certainly be an offensive spark for his team off the bench. The backup center behind Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is the 6'11" beast, Vin Baker. Almost all of his All-Star appearances were made in his days in Milwaukee, and he was a consistent threat in the post as he was a fundamental player with solid footwork, which enabled him to get plenty of points in and around the paint. At his peak, he was averaging around 20 points and 10 rebounds, leading the Bucks in both categories. Now to finish up the roster with 3 rotation players. First off is the 6'6" small forward, Bobby Dandridge. This two-way star won an NBA championship with the Bucks and with the Bullets. He was typically dropping around 20 points per game and 7 rebounds a game, while being a terrorizing perimeter player with his elite smothering defense. The second rotation player is the two-time Sixth Man of the Year, Ricky Pierce. This 6'4" shooting guard was a certified bucket, who was a tremendous scorer for his team. For example, in the 1989-1990 season, Pierce led his Bucks in scoring, averaging 23 points per game on 51% shooting, regardless of the fact that he didn't even start a single game that year, making him one of the few players in NBA history to lead his team in scoring as the sixth man. That efficient average of 23 points per game came in only 29 minutes per game. If this team ever found itself needing a solid offensive spark, then you can bet that Ricky would be coming off the bench gunning it. The last rotation spot goes to the big dog, Glenn Robinson. He was a 6'7" small forward who did a little bit of everything. Throughout his career, he averaged 20 points per game and was also chipping in as a quality rebounder. Defensively, he also had quick hands, as he was often leading the team in steals per game. At this point, I'm pretty convinced that this roster would have absolutely no issues scoring the basketball. But if so, Robinson would be yet another solid offensive spark off the bench. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Bucks team. This team is packed with amazing scorers, and many of them shot above 50% from the field. With elite shooters, the spacing would be pretty solid on this all-time squad. And beyond that, there is a multitude of elite and stifling defenders, ready to make life hell for the opposing team. Here is my list of honorable mentions for the Bucks, should any of these players have made the roster instead. Starting at the point guard position is the sensational and explosive Derrick Rose. His peak may have been short-lived, but before the ACL tear, he was one of the best players in the entire league, as he was the youngest MVP winner in NBA history, securing the award at just the age of 22. Not only was he one of the fastest players in the game, but his ability to finish around the rim was absolutely lethal, as he had a dangerous layup package and amazing mid-air body control, reminiscent of another former great out of Chicago. In his heyday, he was the floor general of a strong and defensively minded Bulls team, and on the Ultimate Squad, it will be more of the same, except just a million times better. Starting at the shooting guard position is a guy who was pretty decent at basketball, Michael Jordan. What do I have to say that you guys don't already know? MJ is arguably the greatest two-way player in basketball history, as he has 10 scoring titles and 9 first-team all-defensive selections. Basically, all the post scoring will be covered thanks to this 6'6" guard, and with Jordan's clutch gene providing his playoff scoring average of 33 points per game, he'll certainly make Chicago a force to be reckoned with, regardless of who they're matched up against. At the starting small forward is the 6'7" slasher Scottie Pippen. Right next to Jordan, Pippen will make the perimeter defense an absolute nightmare for opposing guards. But beyond that, Pippen will help the Bulls execute in transition. And between Rose, Jordan, and Scottie, they'll have one of the most terrifying fast break trios of all time. I wouldn't necessarily describe Derrick Rose as a pure point guard, so when it comes to facilitating, Scottie's contributions will be very appreciated as basically a point forward. Starting at power forward for this Chicago group is the man they call the Worm, Dennis Rodman. As if this team wasn't already stacked enough on the defensive end, Rodman provides yet another player who can claim to be an all-time great defender. Even against some of the other Ultimate franchise teams, the Bulls will still likely be winning the Battle of the Boards, as Dennis was the best rebounder throughout the 1990s, nearly getting as high as 20 rebounds per game over the course of multiple seasons. He won't be providing much offense, but with the wings on this roster, it's not like it's even necessary for their success. Now finally, we move away from the 96 Bulls, and starting at the center position will be the underrated center of the 1970s, Artis Gilmore. This 7'2" monster in the paint joined the Bulls in 1976 at the age of 27, and at his best, he was averaging about 23 points per game and 13 rebounds a game. Along with that, he was also a fierce rim protector, which is something the Bulls never had during their dynasty days of the 1990s. Obviously, he will be a massive upgrade from Luke Longley, which I'm sure Jordan and Pippen will appreciate. Now onto the second unit. The backup point guard will be the 6'3" sharpshooter Steve Kerr. Although the Bulls bolster a ridiculously powerful starting five, you may have noticed that one of the major things the roster was lacking so far is three-point shooting, and Kerr is simply one of the most efficient three-point shooters in the history of the game. At his best in 1995 and 1996, he shot over 50% from three-point distance in back-to-back seasons. With his remarkable ability to catch and shoot with extreme lethality, he will operate as a great floor spacer for a team packed with many dynamic wing slashers. The backup point guard will be the 6'7" wing Jimmy Butler. Although he's become most famous in his years since, many people often forget that the highest scoring season of Butler's career was actually in his youth in Chicago. In 2017, he actually averaged 24, 6, and 5 while hitting nearly 37% of his three-point attempts, which will be pivotal to this team. Jimmy Butler being the substitution for Michael Jordan basically means that opposing defenses will never be able to relax at any point of the game. The backup small forward is the 6'5" scorer DeMar DeRozan. He's only been with the Bulls for the last couple of seasons, but in that time, he's been an elite weapon offensively, averaging a career-high 27.9 points per game in 2022. If for some reason Scottie is struggling offensively, DeRozan will be a massive charge to the offense off the bench. The backup power forward will be the 6'8" star from the 1970s, Bob Love. Bob is one of the great forgotten two-way players of NBA history, as he made 3 all-defense teams and was an elite scoring 4, getting as high as 25.8 points per game in 1972. He was a solid rebounder, meaning that he'll be a great substitution for Rodman as the Bulls continue to dominate on the boards. The backup center for the Bulls will be the 6'11" All-Star Joakim Noah. This guy was a consistent double-double player in his days alongside of Derrick Rose. Noah was also a frustrating presence in the paint defensively, and over the course of his career, he secured 3 all-defense team selections, including the 2014 season where he won the Defensive Player of the Year. Between Rodman, Gilmore, Bob Love, and Noah, there will never be a safe time for opposing teams to enter the painted area. And now for the 3 rotation players for this squad. The first of these 3 players is the 6'10" small forward Toni Kukoc. This talented wing will provide the Bulls with much needed perimeter shooting, and as a solid ball handler, he's very capable of making plays for himself or for others. Add in the fact that he's one of the best clutch shot makers on the entire team, and he might even see some minutes in crunch time. The second rotation player is the 6'10" power forward Horace Grant. He was a consistent double-double during his prime, and was the Bulls' 3rd scoring option after Jordan and Pippen. He will provide low post stability for the team, both offensively and with the loose balls. The 3rd rotation spot, and the final spot on this roster, goes to the 6'3" shooting guard Ben Gordon. This guy was an absolute bucket in his prime, consistently averaging around 20 points per game. He was an elite 3-point shooter who made 40% of his attempts over the course of his career. He would usually take his game to another level in the postseason, which will be an added bonus to this team of postseason regulars. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Bulls team. Obviously, you have some of the greatest players of all time on this roster, but I gotta admit, the one major scary theme about this squad seems to be their suffocating defense, as both units provide some intimidating two-way threats. Here is my list of honorable mentions for the Bulls. To be honest, picking the final 3 roster spots for this group was extremely tough, considering the quality of ballers who are still left on the board. Starting at the point guard position is the 6-foot 4-time All-Star Mark Price. In the late 80s and early 90s, this guy was so ahead of his time, as he was a very efficient dual threat in terms of his scoring and facilitating. During his prime, he was among the league leaders in assists per game, getting as high as 10.4 in 1991. The part I personally remember him for the most is his elite shooting all over the court. Several players get praised for having single seasons of 50-40-90 percentages, but then there's Mark Price, who was just a few ticks short of 50-40-90 splits for his entire 12-year career. With his incredible handle and with his remarkable pull-up three-point jumper, he was really similar to Steph Curry stylistically and in terms of his skills. I'm very confident that he should be the floor general of this ultimate Cavs group. Starting at shooting guard is the elite 6'2" scorer, Kyrie Irving. I understand that technically, Kyrie is usually recognized as a 1 instead of a 2. But the thing is, Kyrie has spent some time in his career at the shooting guard position, and Price and Irving are both so good in their own right that you kinda need them starting on the floor together. At the shooting guard spot, Kyrie will be able to focus on doing what he loves most, getting buckets. And with this backcourt, producing points will never be an issue for this starting unit. At small forward is the most obvious choice, maybe ever, LeBron James. The only thing that's up for debate with this pick is which version of LeBron to pick, the pre-Miami Heat version or the post-Miami version. Personally, I want the post version, who was better in the postseason and had a legendary playoff run in 2018. With the Kings scoring, rebounding, and playmaking, he'll be making this team a considerable force regardless of which other ultimate teams they're up against. There's a couple great choices for the starting power forward, but personally, I'm going with Kevin Love. Love has pre-existing chemistry and experience with LeBron and Kyrie, so from an X's and O's standpoint, he'll be a seamless fit in this starting unit. I also wanted a starter who could be considered as a stretch 4, and give Mark Price another capable perimeter shooter for him to facilitate too. Obviously, Love's prime years were in Minnesota, but make no mistake, he was still tremendously impactful in his first couple seasons in Cleveland. And beyond shooting, his ability to clean up the boards will be greatly appreciated as well. Starting at center is the underrated and underappreciated 7-footer Brad Daugherty. For a while, Brad was the co-star of Mark Price, and the tandem had the Cavs looking like perennial dark horse contenders in the Eastern Conference. He made 5 All-Star teams in his time in Cleveland, and he was putting up monstrous double-doubles on a nightly basis, as he usually averaged an efficient 20 points and 10 rebounds during his peak years. In Cleveland, LeBron James has never played with a center as impressive as Daugherty, and he will certainly be thrilled with the opportunity to throw lob passes to an athletically elite big man down low. Now for the second unit. The backup point guard will be the NBA Hall of Famer Lenny Wilkens. He was one of the great left-handed players of history. He's known mostly for his earlier years outside of Cleveland, but even at the age of 35 when he joined the Cavs, he still remained a top-tier floor general in the league. In that first season with the team, he averaged about 20 points, 8 assists, and 5 rebounds on 45% shooting. With his solid ball handling, his elite court vision, and with his sound decision making, this second unit will certainly be in good hands. The backup shooting guard is the 6'6" champion Ron Harper. Although he's most famous for his championship days as a member of the Chicago Bulls starting 5, without question his best days individually came well before that. Even in just his rookie season with Cleveland, Harper was tearing up opposing defenses, averaging about 23 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, while being among the league leaders in steals per game. In his youth, Harper was actually quite the athlete, as he would often finish high above the rim, dunking on some of the best rim protectors the league had to offer. The backup small forward is the former All-Star Mike Mitchell. In the early 1980s, this 6'7" wing was a master of the mid-range game, as he had excellent footwork and a lethal pull-up jumper. He wasn't the fastest or most explosive player, but he had a great understanding of the fundamentals and used it to be the leading scorer of his team. At his best in 1981, he averaged about 24.5 points and 6 rebounds on 48% shooting from the field. He'll be a tremendous spark off the bench for this group. The backup power forward is one of the most jaw-dropping athletes within the history of the franchise, Larry Nance. This 6'10" high flyer was actually the first dunk contest winner in the 1984 competition. But beyond the fact that he was a walking highlight, he was actually a pretty solid all-around player as well. In his days in Cleveland, he made 2 All-Star teams and was an NBA All-Defender. Thanks to his leaping ability and his high defensive IQ, his rim protection was remarkable, as he got as high as 3 blocks per game in 1992, while averaging about 17 points and 8 rebounds per game. Although he's technically backing up Kevin Love on this Ultimate Team, he's certainly good enough to steal the majority of the minutes. The backup center is the 7'3" Lithuanian Zydrunas Ilgauskas. When people say that LeBron played with absolute trash during his finals run in 2007, the player I'm most annoyed on behalf of is Zydrunas. The skilled and methodical big man was genuinely in the conversation of the top centers in the Eastern Conference for some time, as he made 2 All-Star teams in Cleveland. At his best, he was averaging 17 points and 8 rebounds, while being a reliable rim protector. Whenever Doherty will need a break, Ilgauskas will be more than ready to pick up the slack. Now onto the 3 rotation players. The first of the 3 players is the underrated point guard Andre Miller. Miller spent the first 3 years of his career in Cleveland, but he didn't hesitate to have an immediate impact. His best season with the Cavs was in 2002, when he averaged about 16 points, 11 assists, and 5 rebounds on 45% shooting. That year, he actually led the entire league in assists per game, ahead of all-time great distributors like Jason Kidd, John Stockton, Gary Payton, and Steve Nash. With point guards ahead of him on this roster like Mark Price and Lenny Wilkens, it will be hard for Miller to get a tremendous amount of minutes, but I also wouldn't be surprised to see him being the best player on the court every once in a while. The second rotation player is the 6'4" shooting guard Austin Carr. During the 1970s, Carr was an absolute problem for opposing defenses, as he usually averaged around 20 points per game. He was an NBA All-Star in 1974, regardless of the fact that his Cavs had one of the worst records in the entire league. The third rotation player and the final player on this roster is the 6'9" power forward / center Cliff Robinson, not to be mixed up with the former Blazers All-Star Clifford Robinson. Cliff Robinson of the Cavs was a powerful beast down low, and at his best in 1983, he was averaging about 18 points and 11 rebounds on 48% shooting. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Cavs team. I doubt anyone watching this video was expecting this roster to be competitive with the other Ultimate teams in this series. But I'm not gonna lie, this team is sneaky good, especially when it comes to their incredible rotation of floor generals. Add in Kyrie, LeBron, and some other underrated contributors, and I could certainly envision this team being a tougher matchup than anyone expected. Here is my long list of honorable mentions for this franchise. Should any of these players have made the roster instead? Starting at the point guard position is the 6'1" 4-time All-Star Rajon Rondo. I think a lot of people forget just how good this guy was in his prime. That's partially because of this weird dynamic where he was way younger than the Celtics' Big Three, so as Pierce, Garnett, and Allen were all declining, Rondo was only getting better. For a few years, he was actually sneaking his way into the conversation of the best point guards in the league, as he led the NBA in assists per game on 3 separate occasions, getting as high as 11.7 in 2012. He was also an elite defensive player, who was regularly among the league leaders in steals per game, and he earned 4 All-Defense Team selections. Don't forget how he was one of the most clutch players in the entire league, regularly putting up jaw-dropping stat lines in the playoffs. With so many offensive weapons in this starting lineup, they'll all be eating well with a prime Rondo doing the orchestrating. Starting at shooting guard is the 6'5" legend John Havlicek. This former superstar is certainly worthy of a spot on this starting unit, as he was an 8-time NBA champion, a 13-time All-Star, and made 11 All-NBA teams. He was also the very definition of a two-way player, as he made 8 All-Defense teams while filling up the stat sheet on offense. Specifically, in 1971, he averaged 29 points, 9 rebounds, and 7 assists on 45% shooting from the field. Simply put, he had all-around offensive skills that were way ahead of his time, and Bill Russell often leaned upon Havlicek to carry the offense for the Celtics. He was also quite the clutch performer, and was even the Finals MVP in 1974. Rondo will certainly love feeding this legend the basketball on a frequent basis. Starting at the small forward spot is, of course, Larry Bird. What is there to say about this legend that you guys don't already know? Bird was excellent at just about everything on the court. He was the epitome of efficient, as he was regularly getting around 50, 40, 90 percentages. He was an elite scorer, he was an all-time great rebounder, he was one of the greatest passing forwards in NBA history, and he was an underrated defensive player, making 3 all-defense teams, including 3rd place in the DPOY race in 1983. So far, every single player in this starting unit is basically the definition of clutch, which shouldn't be totally surprising considering how many championship banners they have. Starting at power forward is the man they called the torture chamber, Kevin McHale. You could certainly make an argument for a different starting power forward, but due to his chemistry with Bird, I thought he'd be perfect with this group. The 6'10 McHale probably had the greatest footwork for a big in league history by any player not named Hakeem Olajuwon. In the post with his back to the basket, he was nearly unstoppable, and he was ridiculously efficient, as he had the highest single-season scoring average in NBA history for any player who shot at least 60% from the field and 80% from the free throw line. Continuing the theme of this squad so far, he was a remarkable two-way player, as his rumored 8-foot-long wingspan made him an intimidating defensive force in the paint, and because of that, he actually earned 6 all-defense team selections in his time in Boston. Starting at the center position is the game's ultimate winner, Bill Russell. As if this team didn't have enough defense already, in comes Bill Russell, who led the league in defensive win shares in 10 out of his 13 seasons. Along with the fact that he was probably the greatest defensive player of all time, he was also a top 3 rebounder, who would regularly dominate the boards thanks to his tremendous strength, IQ, and his world-class leaping ability. He was also a solid passer and a remarkably unselfish team player, which will be fantastic for this ultimate squad, with plenty of talent and plenty of egos. I know this word is getting redundant, but Russell was about as clutch as it gets, as he won all 10 of the Game 7s he participated in, which is a major reason why he got his 11 championship trophies. Now let's move on to the second unit. The backup point guard is the man known as the Houdini of the hardwood, Bob Cousy. This legend from the 1950s and 60s was the mesmerizing floor general of his time. Even with the more restrictive dribbling rules of his era, he had a fantastic handle of the basketball and incredible court vision. He actually led the NBA in assists per game for a whopping 8 straight seasons, which is easily the most in NBA history. His one major flaw was actually a flaw of his era, and that was the fact that he had a terrible field goal percentage, as the general basketball player was learning proper mechanics of the jump shot, and sometimes they didn't even jump. Because of this, Cousy would not look to be a scorer in this second unit, but that won't be a concern as he'll have plenty of elite offensive weapons to facilitate too. The backup shooting guard is the Celtics scoring superstar Paul Pierce. When people think of Pierce at his absolute best, they usually think of his finals MVP performance in the 2008 finals. But the thing is, that was actually well after his individual prime, as the younger Pierce had much more speed and explosiveness. He got as high as 26.9 points per game in 2006, getting the majority of those points as a one-on-one nightmare for opposing defenders. The Truth will provide this second unit with some all-time great slashing and great three-point shooting, while being a solid go-to option in late-game situations. The backup small forward will be the modern 6'8 superstar Jason Tatum. For any reason, if the ultimate Celtics ever need a scoring spark off the bench, this man will be a lock to provide it, as he was a 30 points per game scorer in the 22-23 season. Alongside of Paul Pierce, second unit defenses will be completely overwhelmed by this perimeter attack. Tatum also gives Cousy another decent three-point shooter to facilitate too, which will be a tremendous help for spacing for this squad. The backup power forward is the one they call the big ticket, Kevin Garnett. This guy will be battling with Kevin McHale for the majority of the minutes at the 4 spot. and McHale will certainly have his hands full trying to keep his starting spot, as Garnett was the Defensive Player of the Year immediately in his first season with Boston. KG will provide a tremendous amount of energy, intensity, and leadership on the defensive end of the floor, but he'll also be making a tremendous impact on the boards. Although his prime days were certainly in Minnesota, there's no question that the Boston version of Garnett was still a massive difference maker. The backup center will be the 1973 MVP Dave Cowens. This 6'9" beast was averaging around 20 points and 15 rebounds throughout his prime, as he did a solid job of taking the torch from Bill Russell as the anchor of the team down low. Now on this Ultimate unit, he'll be doing more of the same, as he'll be taking over the center position in the rare instances where Bill Russell actually has to go to the bench. In total, Cowens was an 8-time All-Star with the Celtics, and he made 3 All-Defense teams, further bolstering this team's greatest strength. Now onto the 3 rotation spots. And let me tell you, narrowing down these 3 final roster spots was incredibly difficult. The first rotation spot goes to one of the greatest shooters of all time, Ray Allen. I absolutely hated the fact that Allen wasn't a starter or in the official second unit, but if anything, that just speaks to the ridiculous depth of the wings for the Ultimate Celtics. If there's ever a time where Boston is desperate for effective perimeter shooting, then Allen will come into the game absolutely gunning it. He'll always be an option whenever the team is looking for ways to open up the floor and create more scoring opportunities. The next rotation player is the 6'4" shooting guard Sam Jones. Imagine winning 10 championship rings as often the #1 scoring option on your squad, yet you're reduced to a rotation spot on the Ultimate squad. That is the depth of this Celtics team. Jones was so far ahead of his time, as he had a smooth pull-up jumper and absolutely loved to run the pick and roll with Bill Russell. On several occasions, Jones would explode for 50-point games in the playoffs, which allowed the all-time great Bill Russell to focus all of his energy on defense and rebounding. On a team that has no shortage of defense, Jones will be a massive boost of offense off the bench. The last rotation spot goes to the 9-time All-Star Robert Parrish. This 7' 1" star was a pivotal part of the Celtics dynasty in the 1980s. At his best in 1982, he was averaging nearly 20 points and 11 rebounds, and thanks to his consistent contributions, he was able to win 3 championship rings with the team. He's gonna have a hard time finding minutes with Bill Russell and Dave Cowens ahead of him, but with a few opportunities he'll get, the painted area will be in good hands. So here's a final look at the complete roster of the Ultimate Celtics team. The defensive strength on this roster is utterly terrifying, and the IQ and experience on this team is insane as well, as they're loaded with winners and clutch performers. When it's all said and done, this may just be the greatest Ultimate team of them all, but we'll have to finish this series before anything becomes official. Here is my long list of honorable mentions for this franchise. I gotta admit, it kinda makes me sick to my stomach that guys like Dennis Johnson and JoJo White had to be left off the roster. But seriously, who the hell was I supposed to replace? It's simply a near impossible roster to happily finalize. Starting at the point guard position is arguably the greatest point guard to never win a championship, Chris Paul. Although I believe his best days were in New Orleans, CP3 was still an absolute problem in his time in Los Angeles, and at his LA peak in 2014, he was simultaneously leading the league in assists and steals. He's one of the all-time great two-way point guards, as he had a ridiculously high offensive IQ while being a frustrating nuisance for opposing floor generals. Considering the incredible talent he'll be playing with on this Ultimate squad, Paul will probably get a major bump in assists per game just off of the lob passes alone. Starting as shooting guard is the 6'8" wing, Paul George. Just like Chris Paul, PG-13 will be an impactful player on both ends of the court, as he is an athletically gifted scorer but also made 4 all-defense teams throughout his career. In his career with the Clippers, he's been shooting about 39% from three-point range on nearly 8 attempts per game. Whether it will be his thunderous slams or his wide-open three-point attempts, he'll be a consistent recipient of Chris Paul's elite facilitating. Starting at small forward is the two-time champion Kawhi Leonard. Getting him on the floor healthy may be difficult at times, but when he's out there, he's one of the premier superstar players within the league. Between CP3, Paul George, and Kawhi, the Ultimate Clippers will have one of the most intimidating perimeter defenses within this entire series. And then on offense, Kawhi will enjoy the less defensive attention, thanks to his starting supporting talent. At his Los Angeles best in 2020, he was averaging about 27 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists on 47% shooting. On top of that, he's been completely lethal from three-point range, hitting 40% of his three-point shots since he joined the Clippers. Starting at power forward is Chris Paul's favorite lob recipient, Blake Griffin. The 6'9" Griffin was an absolute beast in his early 20s with the Clippers, as he quickly established himself as one of the most explosive above-the-rim finishers in NBA history. As this roster is currently panning out, opposing rim protectors will never be safe. At Griffin's best in 2014, he averaged about 24 points and nearly 10 rebounds on 53% shooting. The pre-existing chemistry with Chris Paul will certainly work in his favor, and with the combination of Leonard and George drawing more attention, Griffin will have some of the most open lanes to the rim that he's ever seen. Starting at center is one of the 75 greatest players of all time, the 6'9" Bob McAdoo. Technically, he was a member of the Buffalo Braves before they became the Clippers. For a few years in the 1970s, he was actually rivaling Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for the title of the best player in the NBA. He was the league MVP in 1975, and he actually won 3 straight scoring titles from 1974 to 1976. At his individual best in 1975, he averaged over 34 points and 14 rebounds on 51% shooting, and he did this with his remarkable mid-range artistry. With his stellar footwork and with his smooth jump shot, McAdoo will be the leading offensive star for this all-time group. Now let's go to the second unit. The backup point guard is the veteran floor general Sam Cassell. Although Sam I Am was 36 years old at the time he joined the Clippers, he remained an elite player and was tremendously impactful for their playoff run in 2006. That season, he averaged 17 points, 6 assists, and 4 rebounds on 44% shooting. As a dual threat, and with his championship experience, he'll be a quality orchestrator for the second unit. With the tremendous weapons at his disposal, Cassell will have one of the most productive assists per game seasons he's ever experienced. The backup shooting guard is the 6'2" gunner World B. Free. This guy was extremely dangerous when he got hot, and at his peak in 1980, he averaged 30 points and 4 assists on 47% shooting. Coming off the bench, he'll be not just an offensive spark, but an offensive inferno, as he was a quick guard with a remarkable change of pace. From an efficiency standpoint, he was also pretty reliable as a three-point shooter, which will naturally create more floor space to operate for the second unit. He had the confidence in his jumper to pull up from just about anywhere on the court, and that will be a nice addition to this mostly defensively minded team. The backup small forward will be the man known as the human highlight film, Dominique Wilkins. He didn't spend a tremendous amount of time in Los Angeles after he was traded there, but in his short 25-game stint with the Clippers at the age of 34, he averaged a monstrous 29 points and 7 rebounds on 45% shooting. This was after his Achilles tear, but right alongside of the great Kevin Durant, he had one of the greatest comebacks from an Achilles injury that the league has ever seen. Despite his age and injury history, Wilkins still retained much of his explosiveness from his youth. And with great passers like Chris Paul and Sam Cassell on the roster, Dominique will be a dangerous threat in transition and when slashing to the basket. The backup power forward is the 6'9" beast Elton Brand. He didn't have the greatest longevity, as he only made 2 All-Star teams in his entire career, But at his best in the 05-06 season, Brand led his Clippers to an overachieving playoff run, as he averaged nearly 25 points, 10 rebounds, and 2.5 blocks on 52.7% shooting. He'll make a fantastic substitution for Blake Griffin, seeing how he has a different approach to the game and prefers to assert his dominance with less athleticism, but more strength and bullying in the paint. With that being said, he did have a really quick first step, and would often catch the defender off guard with his remarkable quickness. The backup center is the 6'11 monster DeAndre Jordan. He was never a great scorer, and he was a tremendous liability from the free throw line, but he was also one of the greatest lob threats in NBA history, and was also a dominating presence on the boards, as he led the league in rebounds per game twice, getting as high as 15 rebounds per game in 2015. He was also a solid rim protector who made 2 all-defense teams in Los Angeles. Bob McAdoo will certainly be the anchor of the offense at the center position, but if a more tenacious defensive presence is ever needed, then Jordan will be a stellar substitution. And now for the 3 rotation players for this franchise. The first is the 6'3 shooting guard Randy Smith. Throughout the 1970s, this guy always played with hustle and heart. He was incredibly fast, he had a solid handle of the basketball, and was absolutely relentless about attacking the rim. At his best in 1978, he averaged nearly 25 points, 6 assists, 4 rebounds, and 2 steals on 46% shooting. He was also the All-Star Game MVP that season as well. The second rotation player is the 6'10 power forward Danny Manning. This 2-time All-Star had a solid jump shot up to 20 feet out, and was one of those rare bigs of the 1990s who could actually stretch the floor on offense. He was a graceful player and a fundamentally sound scorer, who was great at running the floor and finishing with his solid athleticism. At his best in 1993, he was averaging about 23 points and 7 rebounds on 51% shooting. He tended to get in foul trouble quite a bit, but when he was out there, he was always incredibly impactful on offense. The third rotation player and the last player on the roster is the 6'6 combo guard Ron Harper. He was famous for being the starting point guard of the 1996 Chicago Bulls, but in his more youthful days in Los Angeles, he was a premier scorer and was consistently among the league leaders in steals per game. During that 4-year stretch, he averaged just short of 20 points per game while putting up 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 steals. On this roster, he'll be yet another dangerous player who can finish above the rim with regularity. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Clippers team. I'm pretty sure no one expected this team to be among the best teams in this series. But honestly, considering their losing history and their somewhat shorter existence, I'm actually surprised they're as decent as they are. Their biggest issue appears to be their health concerns, as most of their starters have a history of missing many games. But assuming they're all available, then they're actually quite formidable. Here is my list of honorable mentions for this franchise, should any of these players have made the roster instead. Starting at the point guard position is the 6'3 highlight machine Ja Morant. He's only 24 years old and is still establishing his legacy in the NBA, but regardless, he's easily the best point guard in the history of this franchise. With his tremendous scoring and solid facilitating, he'll be a dangerous two-way threat for this all-time squad. He'll set the tone for what will be a youthful team, and with him leading the way at the point, there should never be a time where they're lacking energy and effort. Starting as shooting guard is the 6'4 harasser, Tony Allen. Obviously, Allen was not an offensive specialist, as he only averaged 8 points in his career on 47% shooting from the field. But what he was is one of the greatest defensive players in NBA history. Statistically, he wasn't the type to get a ton of blocks or steals, but he was the type to smother the opposing star guards with his incredible on-ball defense. According to Kobe Bryant, Tony Allen was the toughest defender he's ever played against, and the numbers back up that statement, as the Mamba only shot 42% from the field and 28% from the three-point line when playing against Tony Allen. For his career, Allen made a total of 6 all-defense teams, which only a few guards have ever achieved. Starting at small forward is the 6'9" star Shareef Abdur-Rahim. This talented scorer was fantastic in the post with his back to the basket. Back in his days with Vancouver, he was usually averaging around 20 points and 8 rebounds, around 46% shooting. In an era packed with strong and physical forwards, Shareef was a more skillful, finesse kind of player. With his quickness, he would often beat his man off the dribble and get to the rim before the help defender could respond. He was consistently a borderline all-star during his prime, and he'll certainly be a massive contributor for this all-time group. Starting at power forward is the 7-foot Spaniard Pau Gasol. As good as he was in Los Angeles, you could certainly argue that his peak was in his youth in Memphis. During his years with the Grizzlies, he averaged about 19 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 blocks on 51% shooting. One thing this squad will have is a tremendous amount of size, and more often than not, the 7-foot Pau will enjoy a mismatch in his favor at the power forward position. With his tremendous skills and with his reliable mid-range shooting, he'll be one of the key factors for the potential success of this group. Starting at center is the brother of Pau, Marc Gasol. This 6'11" big man was extremely similar to his starting brother, but although Pau was slightly more skilled offensively and had more moves in his bag, Marc was certainly the more formidable defensive player, and his rim protection will be vital to this team's chances. He was a 3-time All-Star during his time in Memphis, and he was the League's Defensive Player of the Year in 2013. Although he was second to Pau, Marc was still a very capable scorer in his own right, as he averaged as high as 19.5 points per game in 2017. This brother combo won't necessarily be punishing any defenders physically, but at the very least, the interior defense will have to be on alert at all times, with these two crafty Grizzlies doing work. Now let's move to the second unit. The backup point guard will be the 6'1" veteran Mike Conley. When he relieves Ja Morant off the bench, he'll certainly be a change of pace, as Conley relies less on his athleticism and more so on a solid offensive IQ and a sound decision making. He's a much slower, methodical player who will do an excellent job of leading the offense for the second unit. Back in 2017, he was averaging 20 points and 6 assists on 46% shooting, and an elite 40.8% from three-point range, which is key for this team considering the fact that they've been pretty lacking in the perimeter shooting up to this point. He's also a reliable defensive guard, as he made the NBA's All-Defense team in 2013. The backup shooting guard is the 6'8" sniper Mike Miller. I feel like this guy is better than most people remember. Miller was a part of the super team Miami Heat with LeBron, Wade, and Bosh, but at that point, he was just a shell of what he once was. During his best years in Memphis, he won the Rookie of the Year and the Sixth Man of the Year in 2006. Simply put, he was one of the most dangerous shooters in the entire league, and specifically in the 06-07 season, he averaged 18 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists on 46% shooting. He also had the third highest average in the league for three-pointers attempted per game, while hitting a stellar 40.6% of his attempts. His ability to spread the floor will be a massive help to this roster, and it might even earn him some extra minutes with the starters. The backup small forward is the tremendously talented Rudy Gay. This 6'8" scorer had a fantastic handle on the basketball and was remarkable in isolation situations. He was tremendously athletic with an impressive vertical leap, and if you were not careful as a defender, he may just emphatically posterize you with a thunderous slam. With his ability to create good looks for himself, Rudy was a fantastic option in late game situations, and hit quite a few clutch shots during his career. At his best in 2008, he averaged 20 points and 6 rebounds on 46% shooting from the field. If the starting unit ever needs a quick boost of offense, then Rudy will be a great substitution who will come out firing. The backup power forward is the 6'9", 250-pound beast, Zach Randolph. Honestly, it kinda pained me to leave this guy out of the starting unit. But with the Gasol brothers holding down the positions in the paint, he'll just have to be the best player off the bench. Z-Bo was a low-post machine who could use his strength to back down players at will, and had a tremendously soft touch with his mid-range jumpers. He was a two-time All-Star in Memphis, and at his best in 2011, he averaged 20 points and 12 rebounds on 50% shooting from the field. If a finesse approach isn't working for either of the Gasol brothers, then Randolph will be the appropriate substitution with a meaner approach. The backup center is the modern-day defensive dynamo Jaren Jackson Jr. He only recently turned 24 years old, yet he's already a Defensive Player of the Year winner, he's made 2 All-Defense teams, and he's led the league in blocks per game twice, getting as high as 3 in the 2022-2023 season. Considering his elite ability to protect the rim, he'll probably be eating well into the Gasol brothers' minutes. Especially when Marc Gasol and Jackson are out on the floor together, opposing teams are going to have a stressful time trying to score in the paint. Now for the 3 rotation players. The first is the 6'1" point guard Mike Bibby. In his time as Vancouver's floor general, Bibby was a reliable dual threat who could pull up and drain jumpers from anywhere on the court. At his best in 2001, he averaged 16 points and 8 assists on 45% shooting. With solid options ahead of him like Morant and Conley, there won't usually be many minutes available, but if he's ever needed, he'll be there, considering the fact that he never missed a game in his career as a Grizzly. The second rotation player is the 6'8" small forward Shane Battier. From the day this guy entered the league, he was always a solid 3-and-D player, as he made 2 All-Defense team appearances thanks to his relentless hustle and his tremendous length. He made 38% of his 3-point attempts in Memphis, and he'll be relied upon for his 3-point shooting with this group as well. The last rotation spot goes to the man known as Big Country, Bryant Reeves. This 7-foot, 275-pound center was an intimidating force in the late 1990s, as he used his size and power to occasionally oppose his will on smaller defensive players. At his best in the 96-97 season, he averaged 16 points and 8 rebounds on 49% shooting. Seeing how the best advantage for this Grizzlies team is their size, I thought I might as well lean into it with the addition of Reeves. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Grizzlies team. One thing to consider is how this franchise has only existed since 1995, which means they've had significantly less time to accumulate talent. Regardless, this is how they stack up. Let me know in the comments section how this Ultimate team would do in the Ultimate 30-team league. Also, here's my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the roster instead? Starting at the point guard position is the 6'1" perimeter shooter, Trae Young. Seeing how he's a modern-day player who's still in his mid-20s, you're all familiar with this guy. Trae is usually among the top 10 players in the league in both points and assists per game. As a dual threat, he'll be perfectly suited to run the floor for this all-time talented group. Thanks to his perimeter shooting, he'll be creating plenty of space for his dynamic wing teammates to operate. Starting at the shooting guard spot is a man who was ahead of his time, Pistol Pete Maravich. This 6'5" sharpshooter loved to run the fast break, and with his remarkable highlight-worthy passes, he'll be helping Trae Young find all of the open players on the court. He had a remarkable handle of the basketball and had a lethal pull-up jumper even as far as 3-point range. He made 2 All-Star teams with the Atlanta Hawks, and at his best in 1974, he averaged nearly 28 points, 5 assists, 5 rebounds, and 1.5 steals on roughly 46% shooting from the field. Starting at small forward is the one they call the human highlight film, Dominique Wilkins. He's most remembered for his insane dunks both in the actual games and in the NBA's dunk contests. But simply put, he was one of the greatest scorers in NBA history. He led the NBA in scoring in 1986, averaging about 30 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 steals on 47% shooting. He was a franchise superstar who would often go head-to-head in solo battles with the best players in the league, like Larry Bird and Michael Jordan, and oftentimes Dominique would come out on top with a better individual performance. With great passers in the starting unit like Trae Young and Pete Maravich, Dominique will be eating well, consistently putting up a highlight show at the rim. Starting at power forward is the 11-time All-Star Bob Pettit. Not only is he arguably the greatest player in franchise history, but Pettit is also one of the greatest power forwards of all time, as he won 2 league MVPs, 2 scoring titles, and an NBA championship, all as a St. Louis Hawk. This 6'9" star will do an excellent job of cleaning up the boards and providing additional low-post scoring. At his individual best in 1959, he averaged a league-leading 29 points, 16 rebounds, and 3 assists on 44% shooting from the field. It's also worth mentioning that he was an NBA All-Star in every single season of his career, so without question, he'll be providing both quality and consistency for this all-time group. Starting at center is the all-time great rim protector Dikembe Mutombo. I figured that this starting unit was already overpowered enough with offensively minded players, so down low they'll have one of the greatest defensive players of all time, who built his entire legacy off of denying slashers at the rim. Not only did Mutombo win 2 Defensive Player of the Year awards in Atlanta, but he was also a league-leading rebounder. Specifically, in the 99-2000 season, he averaged 11 points, 14 rebounds, and over 3 blocks on 56% shooting from the field. With great playmakers on the squad, this 7'2" mountain will make a great recipient for all the lob passes coming his way. Now let's look at the second unit. The backup point guard will be the 9-time All-Star Lenny Wilkens. With Trae Young as the starter, the Hawks have a floor general who will often look to score for himself. But if a more traditional pure point guard is ever needed, then Lenny will be a fantastic substitution. He was solid at finding his open teammates, and when he chose to keep it for himself, he was a remarkable finisher around the rim. At his St. Louis best in 1968, he averaged about 20 points, 8 assists, and 5 rebounds on 44% shooting. The backup shooting guard is the NBA Hall of Famer Lou Hudson. Sweet Lou was 6 foot 5 inches tall, and he had a silky smooth jump shot that made him one of the best scorers in the league throughout the 1970s. In the instances where he and Pete Maravich share the floor together, they'll have a tremendous amount of chemistry as they functioned well as teammates in the 1970s. He made 6 All-Star teams, which were all with Atlanta, and at his best in 1973, he averaged 27 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 assists on 48% shooting. He'll certainly be a guaranteed surge of offense every time he comes in off the bench. The backup small forward is another guy who has no problems getting buckets, ISO Joe Johnson. This 6'7" wing has great fundamentals, and he specialized in creating shots for himself. Thanks to this quality, he was one of the most clutch go-to players in the league in the final few minutes. Honestly, even though he's coming off the bench, I expect Joe Johnson to be out on the court during the final few possessions of close games. He made 6 straight All-Star teams as a Hawk, and his peak year was the 06-07 season, where he averaged 25 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists on 47% shooting. The backup power forward is an underrated player from years past, Paul Millsap. This 6'7" force was an NBA All-Star 4 times, and all 4 of those times were as an Atlanta Hawk. He'll definitely be a change of pace whenever he comes in to replace Bob Pettit, as Millsap was fantastic in both pick and pop and pick and roll situations. He was a respected stretch 4 who you should never give too much space on the perimeter. During his years as a Hawk, he usually averaged about 17 points and 8 rebounds on 46% shooting. The backup center is the man known as the chairman of the boards, Moses Malone. By the end of this series, it will be interesting to see just how many different teams Moses Malone is actually on. His best years certainly happened as a 76er and as a Rocket, but he was still massively impactful when he arrived in Atlanta at the age of 33. In his first season as a Hawk, he was an NBA All-Star and averaged 20 points and 12 rebounds on 49% shooting from the field. and he was second in the league overall in offensive rebounds per game, giving his team 4.8 second chance opportunities on a nightly basis. Now let's look at the 3 rotation players. The first is the franchise's all-time leader in steals, Mookie Blaylock. Simply put, he was one of the greatest defensive point guards ever, as he made 6 all-defense teams in his career. His nickname was simply the Thief, and for obvious reasons, as he led the league in steals twice, getting as high as 2.7 in 1997. If a nuisance is ever needed who could also score and facilitate, then this man will make a solid substitution. The second rotation player is the 6'4" small forward, Cliff Hagan. With the St. Louis Hawks, he was a 5-time All-Star and was a part of the 1958 championship team alongside of Bob Pettit. When he's on the court, he'll certainly be adding a more old-school style, as his go-to shot throughout his career was his reliable hook shot. At his best in 1960, he was averaging about 25 points, 11 rebounds, and 4 assists, while hitting over 46% of his shots, which was ridiculously high for a small forward during that era. The last rotation player is the 6'9" center, Al Horford. He's a quality player who made 4 All-Star teams in his time in Atlanta. He'll be a decent scoring option who can help rebound and spread the floor. With bigs ahead of him like Dikembe Mutombo and Moses Malone, there might not be a tremendous amount of minutes available, but in the few cases where he's called upon, he'll have an immediate impact off the bench. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Hawks team. Looking at this group as a whole, they're tremendously stacked on offense. But with that being said, they're not a very strong team defensively, with very few exceptions like Mutombo and Blaylock. Because of this, I picture this team trying to simply outscore opponents, with both teams well exceeding 120 points just about every night. Do you think this team will make the Ultimate Team playoffs when we eventually run the simulation on NBA 2K? Let me know below. Also, here is my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the roster instead? Now, in case you didn't know, the Charlotte Hornets and the New Orleans Pelicans have an extremely complicated history. The original Charlotte Hornets were established and first began playing basketball in the 1988-89 season. For nearly a decade and a half, the Hornets competed in Charlotte. But in 2002, the organization relocated to New Orleans due to low attendance in the initial location. For years, this franchise was known as the New Orleans Hornets, but they did spend a short period of time as the Oklahoma City Hornets due to the damage that was caused by Hurricane Katrina. After some time, they returned home and remained as the New Orleans Hornets. But in 2013, the team rebranded and became the New Orleans Pelicans, which is what this organization is to this very day. The entire left side of this column has this as their franchise history. Now in the right column, you have a new Charlotte expansion team that began playing basketball in 2004. This new, completely different organization was able to establish itself in Charlotte because of the void left by the Hornets after they relocated to New Orleans. Now here's where things get really interesting. After the New Orleans Hornets in the left column became the New Orleans Pelicans, the Hornets name and logo were now up for grabs. So in 2014, the Charlotte Bobcats rebranded and became the Charlotte Hornets. So as you can see in these two columns, these are two separate organizations with two different owners and with two different histories. Yet, at different points, each of these organizations were known as the Charlotte Hornets. Because of this, all-time great Hornets players like Alonzo Mourning, for example, will not actually be in this Hornets video, but rather in the Pelicans video, since that is the organization that was once that Hornets team. I know, it feels gross and it's super confusing, but to me, this is the best way to break down these ultimate teams based on the actual franchises they played for. In today's video, this column is the organization we're discussing. Starting at the point guard position is the 6'1" bucket getter, Kemba Walker. A lot of people forget just how skilled this guy was at his best, as he was a shifty guard with a lethal step back jumper. During his prime, he was one of the most clutch shot makers in the entire league. At his apex in 2017, he averaged 23 points, 5 assists, and 4 rebounds on 44% shooting. He may not be one of the strongest point guards in this Ultimate Team series, but regardless, you'll have to respect his abilities as he can get extremely hot in a hurry. Starting at shooting guard is the solid combo guard Terry Rozier. This 6'1" shooter will be a solid perimeter threat for this team, and will help keep the defenses honest as he spaces the floor with his respectable sniping. With Walker and Rozier as the starters, size will not be on their side. But as quick guards who can shoot from just about anywhere on the court, defenses will have to stay alert at all times. At his best in the 20-21 season, he put up averages of 20 points, 4 assists, and 4 rebounds on 45% shooting. Starting as small forward is the 6'7" high flyer Gerald Wallace. During his career, this guy did a little bit of everything, and that's exactly what he'll be doing for this Ultimate squad. He was a pretty capable scorer, but beyond that, he was also one of the best rebounding small forwards in the entire league. He was also an elite defensive player who made an NBA All-Defense team, was a steals champion, and was usually among the league leaders and blocks at his position. At his peak in 2010, he averaged 18 points, 10 rebounds, and 1.5 steals on 48% shooting. Starting at the power forward position is one of the top players in franchise history, Emeka Okafor. This former Rookie of the Year winner was a walking double-double during his athletic peak. As a 6'10" tower, he was usually starting at the center position. But with that being said, he did spend a significant amount of time at the 4 spot, and with his Ultimate Team specifically, I thought they'd work well with a twin tower approach. Starting at center is the capable big man, Al Jefferson. During his peak with the team, Jefferson was a 2010 guy on a nightly basis, who could use his size and strength to impose his will on opposing defenders. With Okafor by his side, these two will be cleaning up the paint and filling up the box score with the boards. Running the floor for the second unit will be the 6'7" point guard LaMelo Ball. Even at such a young age, he's already established himself enough to be the first man off the bench for this Ultimate squad. As a dangerous dual threat, he'll be causing tons of havoc for opposing defenses the instant he enters the game. His best season came in 2022, and that year he averaged 20 points, 8 assists, and 7 rebounds on 43% shooting. The shooting guard for the second unit is the solid scorer Steven Jackson. This large 2-guard makes a solid substitution as he can get buckets in a hurry with his aggressive offensive mentality. He was also an above-average passer who will keep the ball movement flowing smoothly with the second unit. At his best with Charlotte in 2011, he put up numbers of 18 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists on 41% shooting. The small forward for the second unit is the former dunk contest champion, Jason Richardson. He's most famous for his time in Golden State, but during his days as a Bobcat, Jason was one of the top scorers on the team. Obviously, he was a fantastic slasher and a great finisher around the rim, but Richardson was also a solid spot-up shooter who could help space out the floor for the second unit. In the 2008 season, he put up numbers of 22 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists on 44% shooting and 41% from three-point range. The backup power forward is a more recent contributor, Miles Bridges. At this point in his career, he's still a young, developing player within the league. But with that being said, he's still a player who's ready to have an immediate impact whenever he comes off the bench to relieve Okafor, whether it be with his rebounding or with his reliable scoring. The backup center is the remarkably strong athlete Dwight Howard. Although he had lost significant steps since his prime days in Orlando, and although his tenure in Charlotte was short, Dwight still managed to have a significant impact that most teams would love to have on both ends of the court, as he was frequently putting up double-doubles as a Hornet, while doing his usual solid job of protecting the rim. Now on to the 3 rotation players. The first is the quality floor general Raymond Felton. With players ahead of him like Kemba Walker and LaMelo Ball, Felton might have a difficult time finding many minutes. But one thing about those other guards is that they typically tend to look to score for themselves, and a player like Felton could provide a more slowed down traditional approach if that's what's needed at any time during the game. The second rotation player is the proven veteran champion Boris Diaw. Although this 6'8" forward spent time with championship contenders like the Phoenix Suns and the San Antonio Spurs, his best production on an individual level actually came from his time as a Charlotte Bobcat. As a solid system player who's an above-average passer and can also knock down shots when he's open, he'll have a decent impact for this team off the bench. And now, the third rotation player and the last spot on the roster goes to the reliable small forward Gordon Hayward. His biggest issue in Charlotte is managing to stay healthy, but with plenty of time on the bench to heal and recuperate, he'll be able to come in and be a decent spark most of the time when he's called upon. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Hornets team. I gotta be real with you guys, this team sucks, and in my opinion is clearly the most lacking roster of this series so far. Usually, this is the part of the video where I try to find the silver lining and give a nice spin to the chances of this team, but I just can't do it this time, no matter how hard my brain tries. It's not totally their fault though, seeing that they're an organization that has only been around since the mid-2000s. But at the same time, this is the same franchise that once produced a team that only won 7 regular season games in a 66-game season. If you guys have more hopeful optimism about this team than I do, then let me know in the comment section below. Also, here is my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the roster instead? Starting at the point guard position is the 6-foot star Tim Hardaway. According to himself, he's got skills. Not everyone will get that reference, but what you need to know is that Hardaway was one of the meanest ball handlers of his era. He was a strong dual threat, as he was one of the best scoring point guards in the entire league, while also being an above-average facilitator. With some incredible wings by his side, Hardaway will be sure to provide plenty of alley-oop highlights. He made 2 All-Star teams in his time with the Heat, and at his Miami best in 1997, he averaged 20 points, 9 assists, and 2 steals on 53.2 true shooting percentage. Starting as shooting guard is arguably the greatest Heat player ever, Dwayne Wade. Flash was pretty much as good as it gets when it comes to being a slasher. In his prime, Wade was one of the greatest finishers around the rim, not just in his era, but in NBA history. Oftentimes, he doesn't get enough credit for his defensive play, as he made 3 all-defense teams and is in the conversation for the title of the greatest shot-blocking guard in NBA history, right alongside of Michael Jordan. In 2009, Wade actually led the league in scoring, as he averaged 30 points, 7 assists, 5 rebounds, and 2 steals on 49% shooting. With his 3 championships to go along with his tremendous experience, Wade will be one of the more consistent leaders on the squad. Starting as small forward is the NBA GOAT candidate LeBron James. In my opinion, this was James at his absolute peak, as his strength and athleticism were as good as ever, while his defense was among the very best in the league. Specifically, in LeBron's 2012 to 2013 season, he was elite in just about every category, as he averaged 27 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists on 56% from the field and 41% from three-point range, which was easily the best of his career. LeBron was a part of the Miami Heat squad that won 27 straight regular season games. But now, with a prime Dwayne Wade by his side, and with Tim Hardaway at the point instead of Mario Chalmers, there's no telling what this team is capable of. Starting at power forward is the 6'11" star Chris Bosh. Obviously, he's shown his ability to have flawless on-court chemistry with his fellow teammates Wade and LeBron, and as a consistent double-double threat, he'll be a valuable asset to this starting unit. Bosh's best was in the 2012 to 2011 season, where he put up around 19 points and 8 rebounds and 36 minutes of action per game. With so many fantastic superstars in this starting lineup, Bosh will have plenty of open opportunities for mid-range pull-ups, and he was a very solid option for that, as he was hitting 53% of his shots beyond 15 feet in the 2013 season. Starting at center is the man known as the Diesel, Shaquille O'Neal. Obviously, Shaq was at his very best in Los Angeles, but although he took a step back in Miami, I think many people forget just how good he still was as a member of the Heat. For example, Shaq was actually the league MVP runner-up behind Steve Nash in the 2004 to 2005 season, as Shaq averaged 23 points, 10 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 blocks on 60% shooting from the field. With a stacked starting five such as this, the Diesel will be enjoying the most single-man coverage that he's ever experienced. It's also worth mentioning that Shaq is a remarkable outlet passer, and with fast break assassins like Wade and LeBron pushing the tempo, there will be plenty of highlight-worthy slams to finish off the transition plays. Now let's take a look at the second unit. The backup point guard is the 6'3" All-Star Goran Dragic. At his best, he was one of the more underrated floor generals within the league. He was also a very sound decision maker, as he averaged fewer than 3 turnovers per game in every single season of his career. In 2017, at the age of 30, Dragic put up averages of 20 points, 6 assists, and 4 rebounds on 47% shooting from the field. He was also an elite 3-point shooter that season, as he was hitting 40.5% of his attempts, and that skill set will especially be valuable when he finds himself on the court with LeBron, who loves to find those open shooters. The backup shooting guard is the all-time great sniper, Ray Allen. Not only is he a fantastic floor spacer, but he was one of the most clutch shooters of all time, which is a fact that Miami fans know quite well, as he hit the most important shot in the history of the franchise. He didn't join the Miami Heat until he was 37 years old, and in that first season with the team, he only averaged 10 points and 25 minutes of action per game. Regardless, when it comes to role players who can keep the defenses honest, there isn't really a better option than a lethal Ray Allen spotting up in the corner. The backup small forward will be the 6'7" star Jimmy Butler. Simply put, he's one of the all-time great playoff performers. He's also a dangerous two-way threat, as he's made 5 all-defense teams throughout his career and even led the NBA in steals per game in 2021. As talented as this all-time group is, there's no question that they will make the ultimate team playoff bracket. And with that being said, that's where Butler will shine the brightest, as he has a clutch gene that is rivaled by very few greats. The backup power forward is another defensive anchor, Bam Adebayo. Usually, he's starting for Miami at the center spot, but he is capable of playing the 4, and given who the centers are on this roster, the 4 spot will have to do. The best days of Bam's career may still be ahead of him, but as of now, he's a consistent 2010 guy who shot a tremendous 55% throughout his career in Miami. Occasionally, he'll also make a great substitution for Shaquille O'Neal in late-game situations, seeing how Bam is actually a pretty decent free throw shooter, which will make the Hack-a-Shaq strategy ineffective for opposing teams. The backup center is simply one of the greatest rim protectors of all time, Alonzo Mourning. Zoe was an intimidating two-way player who could score, rebound, and block shots with the best of them. He was a 5-time All-Star during his Miami years, and he actually led the league in blocks per game twice, getting as high as 3.9 in 1999. Alonzo was the league's Defensive Player of the Year twice, and his defense was a major help towards their NBA championship in 2006. Relieving Shaq off the bench is something he did quite often during those years, and in this case, he'll be doing more of the same, as Adebayo and Mourning are some pretty elite subs for the painted area. Now onto the 3 rotation players. The first is the sharpshooting small forward Glenn Rice. This 6'8" All-Star was one of the best scorers of his era, especially from the perimeter. At his Miami best in 1995, Rice averaged 22 points and 5 rebounds on 47% shooting and 41% from 3-point range. He's yet another perfect teammate to share the floor with LeBron, as Rice's preferred style is to spot up on the perimeter in catch-and-shoot situations. The second rotation player is the 6'10" small forward Lamar Odom. He only played one full season in Miami, but it was a solid one as he participated in 80 regular season games and averaged 17 points, 10 rebounds, and 4 assists on 43% shooting. With his tremendous length and with his quality ball handling, Odom makes for quite the versatile substitution, who will certainly be a major spark off the bench whenever he's called upon. The last rotation spot and the final spot on this roster goes to the 7-foot center Hassan Whiteside. His decline has been steep and quick in recent years, but some may already be forgetting just how impactful he was at his best. For example, in the 2016 to 2017 season, Whiteside averaged 17 points, a league-leading 14 rebounds, and 2 blocks, on 56% shooting from the field. Between Shaq, Bam Adebayo, Alonzo Mourning, and Hassan Whiteside, there will never be a time where opposing teams will have uncontested layups, as this is now likely the deepest shot-blocking squad in this Ultimate Team series so far. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Heat team. Not gonna lie, this roster looks absolutely terrifying on paper. Just imagine the 2013 Miami Heat, but instead of Mario Chalmers and Udonis Haslem alongside of the Big Three Heat, it's instead an elite Tim Hardaway and an MVP candidate Shaquille O'Neal. Like I said before, the defense of this group is insane, not just on the interior, but on the perimeter as well. How many Ultimate teams in the East could beat this Miami Heat squad? Let me know below. Also, here's my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the roster instead? Starting at the point guard position is the league's all-time leader in both assists and steals, John Stockton. He may not be the most flashy point guard, but what you can't argue against is Stockton's sound decision-making, resulting in the Jazz making the playoffs every single season in his NBA career. Of the 6 highest assists per game seasons in NBA history, John Stockton has 5 of them. Especially in the 1989-90 season, he was a monster statistically, as he averaged 17 points, 14.5 assists, and nearly 3 steals, on remarkable efficiency splits. Beyond that, he was an elite defensive player, as he made 5 all-defense teams and won 2 steals titles. Starting as shooting guard is the 1970s star who was way ahead of his time, Pistol Pete Maravich. This guy was a capable perimeter assassin who scored a large portion of his points from three-point distance before the three-point line even existed. With Stockton and Maravich in the starting lineup, the ball movement on this starting unit will be beautiful, as every open player will be found the instant they've created the space. At Pistol's best in 1977, he averaged a league-leading 31 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists on 43% shooting from the field. Starting at small forward is the fundamentally sound scorer Adrian Dantley. Although Dantley is probably most known for his time in Detroit, without question, the prime of his career was in Utah. He was a mid-range nightmare for opposing defenses, as he was incredibly crafty at getting to his spots. Over a 4-year stretch from 1981 to 1984, Dantley averaged north of 30 points per game, 6 rebounds, and 4 assists, while hitting an insane 56.4% of his shots, which is incredible efficiency for an elite center. But for a small forward who leads the league in scoring, that's completely unheard of. Starting at power forward is the mailman Karl Malone. For a while, he was the model of scoring consistency at the 4 spot. Not only was he one of the strongest players of league history, but he also had a smooth mid-range jump shot in his arsenal. The pick and roll between him and Stockton was the bread and butter of the Jazz in the 1990s, and it will continue to be a force on this Ultimate Team. Malone was also an underrated defensive player who made 4 all-defense teams in his career. He wasn't much of a shot blocker, but he was an absolute wall in the low post, refusing to give offensive players quality spots on the floor. Starting at the center position is the 7'4" monster Mark Eaton. Mark is quite possibly the most underappreciated defensive player of all time, as he was a terrorizing rim protector for the ages. In his career, he made 5 All-Defense teams, he won 4 blocks titles, and was the Defensive Player of the Year twice. His peak was in the 1984 to 1985 season, where he averaged nearly 10 points, 11 rebounds, and an absolutely stupid 5.6 blocks, which is easily the highest single-season average in NBA history. If the best ability is availability, well then Mark had that too, as he only missed a total of 9 regular season games in his first 10 seasons. Now onto the second unit. The backup point guard is the former superstar Deron Williams. For a while, this guy was legitimately in the conversation for the title of the best point guard in the NBA. He was a dynamic scorer who had elite court vision, and that combination made him a dangerous dual threat that every defense had to respect. In 2010, he averaged roughly 19 points, 10 assists, and 4 rebounds, on 47% shooting from the field. The backup shooting guard is the young athlete Donovan Mitchell. This 6'3" guard will be a massive surge of offense off the bench, as he has a more aggressive tendency to look to score for himself. In 2022, he put up numbers of 26 points per game, 5 assists, and 4 rebounds, on 45% shooting from the field. The backup small forward is the 6'9" weapon Andrei Kirilenko. AK-47 was known for his remarkable on-ball defense, and with his fantastic length, he'll continue to frustrate opposing superstars when he subbed in to the contest. He was one of the greatest shot-blocking forwards of all time, as he led the entire league in 2005 with 3.3 per game. He made 3 all-defense teams in his career, and that quality will be extremely valuable to this all-time team that's mostly made up of offensively minded perimeter players. The backup power forward is the 6'9" all-star Carlos Boozer. After he turned 30 years old, his decline was sharp and quick, which I think has resulted in many people forgetting just how good he was in his prime. For example, in 2007, he averaged 21 points, about 12 rebounds, and 3 assists, on a stellar 56% shooting from the field. As the substitution for Malone, he'll ensure that defenses will never be able to relax in the low post. The backup center is the 6'11" all-defender Rudy Gobert. Simply put, he's been one of the greatest rim protectors of recent history, as he won the Defensive Player of the Year 3 times, and even led the league in blocks per game in 2017. He'll have an impact in more ways than that though, as he was also a league-leading rebounder in 2022, and will make a fantastic lob recipient for all of the great facilitators on the squad. Now onto the 3 rotation players. The first is the 6'4" shooting guard Jeff Hornacek. During their championship contending years in the 1990s, Hornacek was operating as the reliable third option. You could argue that there's some more talented players who deserve this rotation spot, but personally I'm taking Hornacek for his elite 3-point shooting, as he'll spread the floor with his career 40% sniping from that distance. The second rotation spot goes to the 7-foot power forward, Lauri Markkanen. With traditional low-post power forwards like Karl Malone and Carlos Boozer, Markkanen will make a nice change of pace, as he has a more modern style that can help space the floor. The 2022 to 2023 season was his first as an All-Star, and that year he put up averages of roughly 26 points, 9 rebounds on 50% shooting from the field. The third rotation player and the final spot on the roster goes to the 6'7" small forward Gordon Hayward. At his best, Hayward did a little bit of everything for Utah, as he was a solid scorer from just about everywhere on the court. He was an NBA All-Star in 2017, and that season he averaged 22 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists on 47% shooting and 40% from 3-point range. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Jazz team. When you look at this group as a whole, they're pretty solid throughout, filled with great offensive and defensive players. One area that seemed to be lacking after the first 2 units was 3-point shooting, which is why I picked those last 3 rotation players to help out in that aspect. Do you think this team would make the ultimate playoffs in the West? Let me know your opinion. Also, here's my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the roster instead? Starting at the point guard position is the triple-double machine, Oscar Robertson. He wasn't a very flashy point guard, and with his slow and methodical approach to the offense, some have since described him as the Tim Duncan of the point guard position. He did a little bit of everything for his Royals, as he was an all-star in all 10 of his years with the team. Over that 10-season stretch, he averaged just a rebound and a half short of a monstrous triple-double. Considering how he averaged 42 minutes per game over the course of his career, the Big O will have this position on lock for this all-time Kings squad. Starting at the shooting guard position is the 6'3" modern star De'Aaron Fox. I know, he plays the point guard position, and he always has been. But the thing is, this all-time Kings squad has way too many amazing point guards on the roster. So for me to keep all of them in the starting lineup or the second unit, I had to move one of them out of position. And in my opinion, Fox is the one who most naturally fits the two-guard spot. He's one of the fastest players in the league, and he's already an elite scorer. But as the two, he'll have an even greater green light to look to get buckets for himself. His first All-Star appearance came in the 2022-2023 season, as he averaged 25 points, 6 assists, and 4 rebounds, on 51% shooting from the field. Starting at small forward is one of the greatest shooters of the 2000s, Peja Stojakovic. At his peak, this guy was absolutely dangerous from the perimeter, and is a player who would absolutely love to play in the modern era of inflated three-point shooting. He was an all-star with the Kings for 3 straight seasons, but his best individual year was the 03-04 season, where he averaged 24 points, 6 rebounds, and 2 assists, on 48% shooting from the field, 43% shooting from three-point distance, and a league-leading 92.7% from the free throw line. Simply put, when this guy got hot, he was basically automatic from any distance. And with facilitators like Oscar Robertson giving him opportunities, he'll be capitalizing on plenty of good looks. Starting at power forward is the 6'10" Sacramento legend, Chris Webber. For a while, this guy was genuinely in the conversation for the title of the best power forward in the entire league, which truly says a lot when you consider the fact that he was competing against the likes of Tim Duncan, Kevin Garnett, and Dirk Nowitzki. The ball movement will be beautiful on this starting unit, as Webber was an underrated ball handler and an underrated passer in his own right. At his individual peak in 2001, he was among the league leaders in scoring and rebounding, while being 5th among power forwards in assists per game. Starting at center is the one they call Boogie, DeMarcus Cousins. His decline was so quick and drastic that people have already forgotten his dominance in his mid-20s. For 4 straight seasons, he was an NBA All-Star, and at his Sacramento best in 2016, he was putting up stunning averages, filling up the stat sheet in basically every way. Continuing with the theme of this roster so far is his underrated passing ability as a big man, as Boogie was frequently among the league leaders in assists per game at his position. Now on to the second unit. The backup point guard is the 6'1" Hall of Famer, Nate Tiny Archibald. Despite his undersized frame, this guy was an absolute weapon in the 1970s, who would consistently torch opposing teams in a variety of ways. For evidence of that, look no further than his 1972-73 season, where he led the NBA in points and assists in the same season. That year, he averaged 34 points, 11 assists, and 3 rebounds on 49% shooting. Again, this is the first guy coming off the bench, which should tell you the kind of nightmare that perimeter defenses will be dealing with whenever they have to face this Kings group. The backup shooting guard is arguably the most underappreciated player of the 1990s, Mitch Richmond. He was a 6-time All-Star, and all 6 of those seasons were in Sacramento. He was a fantastic all-around scorer who doesn't get the shine he deserves simply because his team didn't get any deep postseason runs, which had more to do with his lacking supporting cast rather than his individual abilities. At his best in 1997, he was averaging about 26 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists on 54% shooting and a deadly 43% from three-point range. The backup small forward is the controversial star, formerly known as Ron Artest. He spent only 2 seasons of his career in Sacramento, but he made a massive impact both offensively and defensively while leading his team to the playoffs in 2006. At his Sacramento best in 2008, he put up roughly 20 points, 6 rebounds, and 2 steals on 43% shooting and a solid 38% shooting from three-point range. The backup power forward is one of the 75 greatest players of all time, Jerry Lucas. This 6'8" legend was a perennial all-star in his time as a Cincinnati Royal, and although Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell stole all of the attention for their dominant rebounding, Lucas was an all-time great rebounder in his own right. He had many great seasons, but specifically in 1965, he averaged 21 points and 20 rebounds, while being 3rd in the league in field goal percentage and 8th in the league in free throw percentage. His efficiency would be considered great by today's standards, but by the standards of the 1960s, it was absolutely incredible. That kind of reliability will be something that benefits this squad whenever he comes in off the bench. The backup center is the Kings all-star, Domantas Sabonis. In the cases where Boogie decides to get 2 quick technical fouls, Sabonis will make a great substitution. In the 2022-2023 season, he was averaging 19 points, a league-leading 12.3 rebounds, and 7 assists on a remarkably efficient 61.5% from the field. Once again, he's yet another Kings player who's an excellent passer and playmaker, so the ball movement certainly won't suffer when he's on the court. Now on to the 3 rotation players. The first is their reliable point guard, Mike Bibby. In this franchise's time in the city of Sacramento, they've never been closer to winning the championship than they were when this guy was the floor general. He didn't have many flashy highlights, but Bibby was a smart decision maker, a solid perimeter shooter, and a player with a tremendous clutch gene. He'll really have a hard time finding minutes behind Oscar, Archibald, and Fox. But assuming he is able to make it onto the court, the offense will be in good hands. The second rotation spot goes to the 6'6" small forward, Jack Twyman. He's an NBA Hall of Famer and a 6-time All-Star, who was one of the best scorers in the league throughout the 50s and 60s. At his best in 1960, he was averaging 31 points, 9 rebounds, and 3 assists on 42% shooting. The last rotation spot goes to Twyman's teammate and friend, Maurice Stokes. This 6'7" power forward was not playing in the NBA very long before his life-altering head injury. But with that being said, in those 3 seasons, he was a 3-time All-Star and made 3 All-NBA teams. In only his rookie season, he led the NBA in rebounding with 16.3 per game. Simply put, he was an athlete with strength and athleticism that was way ahead of his time. And if it wasn't for the injuries, many believe that he would have been a rival to Bill Russell. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Kings team. Honestly, this franchise surprised me quite a bit. They've been in existence since the early years of the NBA, which certainly helps when it comes to acquiring talent. It's a pretty well-balanced team, but the things that stand out to me the most is their plethora of elite scorers and their insane ball movement. With so many elite passers on this squad, it will be like the 2002 Kings on steroids, and would certainly be fun to watch. Do you think this team would have a chance at making the ultimate playoffs in the West? Let me know below. Also, here's my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the roster instead? Starting at the point guard position is the 6'4" Hall of Famer Walt Frazier. In a franchise loaded with incredible point guards, Frazier is without question the best of the best. He was an NBA All-Star for 7 straight seasons with the team, and thanks to his solid scoring and facilitating, he was able to help the Knicks win 2 championships. In those 7 All-Star seasons, he averaged 21 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, and 2 steals on 49% shooting, which was especially impressive for a point guard in that era. What often isn't appreciated enough about this legend is the fact that he was one of the greatest two-way guards of all time, as he made a remarkable total of 7 all-defense teams. Starting at the shooting guard spot is another legend from years past, Earl the Pearl Monroe. This 6'3" All-Star wasn't ever the fastest player on the court, but he was very crafty at getting to the rim and would regularly make difficult baskets in heavy traffic. He had a high offensive IQ, and with his pre-existing chemistry with Frazier, this duo will be an absolute problem for opposing defenses on the perimeter. Starting a small forward is one of the 75 greatest players in NBA history, Carmelo Anthony. I would argue that Melo's personal best was actually in Denver, but regardless, he was still an elite player in his time in New York. In the 2012 to 2013 season, he led the NBA in scoring, averaging nearly 29 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 assists on 45% shooting from the field. He was also hitting 38% of his three-point attempts that season. With Melo starting at the 3, he'll provide this squad with some solid floor spacing and with some clutch shot making to close out games. Starting at power forward is the 1970 MVP Willis Reed. This 6'10" big man is beloved and respected within the city of New York, as he's famous for pushing through an injury to help his team win the championship. He spent his entire career in New York and made 7 All-Star appearances while being an All-Defensive player in 1970. In his 7 All-Star years, he put up numbers of 20 points and 14 rebounds on 48% shooting from the field. Although he usually spent most of his time at the center spot, he did also spend some significant time at the 4, and he'll do well in that position for this squad, as he could run the floor and he was a solid mid-range jump shooter. The starting center is arguably the greatest player in Knicks history, Patrick Ewing. This 7-foot big man was an absolute force on both ends of the court, and at his best in 1990, he had a jaw-dropping average of 29 points, 11 rebounds, and a whopping 4 blocks, on a tremendous 55% shooting from the field. He was an 11-time All-Star who was regularly leading his team to be contenders in the Eastern Conference. Although he could play bully ball in the paint, he was also known for his very soft touch on his mid-range jumper, and this team will greatly benefit from both of those skills. Now on to the second unit. The backup point guard is the 6'5" star Michael Ray Richardson. He was a remarkably fast combo guard who could finish at the rim, but who could also make flashy passes for his teammates. He wasted no time having an impact in New York, and in just his second season in the league, he was already a monster statistically, as he led the NBA in assists and steals in the same season, while averaging 15 points and 7 rebounds. He was a 3-time All-Star in New York, and he won 3 steals titles, which helped him secure his 2 All-Defense Team selections. Honestly, Walt Frazier better watch his back, because Sugar Ray Richardson was definitely good enough to eat into his minutes. The backup shooting guard is the 1990 sniper Allen Houston. He was a 2-time All-Star in New York, and you could never give this 6'6" wing any space, or he would penalize you for it. At his best, he was averaging north of 20 points per game while hitting better than 40% of his 3-point attempts. He'll definitely be a player mixed in with several different rotations to take advantage of his floor spacing abilities. The backup small forward is one of the most explosive players in Knicks history, Bernard King. I honestly went back and forth whether I should start Melo or Bernard King, and ultimately I went with Melo for the simple fact that he was a better 3-point shooter, and the rest of the starting unit desperately needed that help. This 6'7" beast was a strong force in transition, who played the game with a driven and angry attitude. He also had elite footwork and a solid mid-range jumper. At his best in 1985, he averaged 33 points, 6 rebounds, and 4 assists, on a stellar 53% shooting from the field. The backup power forward is yet another Hall of Famer, Dave DeBusschere. Back in the early to mid-70s, this 6'6" legend did a little bit of everything for the Knicks. For a power forward in that era, he was a tremendous perimeter shooter who absolutely loved to run the pick and pop. He was a consistent double-double player as he made 5 straight All-Star teams. But where he truly shined was his elite smothering defense, as he made a total of 6 all-defense teams throughout his career. The backup center is the 6'9" legend Bob McAdoo. As a somewhat undersized center, McAdoo relied heavily upon the finesse style of his game. He was incredibly skilled and intelligent offensively. He didn't spend a tremendous amount of time in New York, but truthfully, he didn't have to in order to have a huge impact. For example, in the 1978 season, he averaged 26 points, 13 rebounds, and 4 assists on 52% shooting. Now onto the 3 rotation players. The first is a guy who helped his Knicks get to the NBA Finals in 1999, Latrell Sprewell. This 6'5" wing was a solid two-way player who could be the best player on the court either offensively or defensively on any given night. In the past, he has had chemistry issues with his teammates and with his coaches, but his talent is worth a spot, even if he occasionally chokes out his coach. The second rotation player is the power forward / center, Amari Stoudemire. Having a player this talented being reduced to simply a rotation player does seem a little bit crazy, but the Knicks are absurdly stacked when it comes to big men, so it kinda is what it is. Although he was at his best in Phoenix, he was still a monster in his first season in New York, as he averaged 25 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 blocks on 50% shooting from the field. The third rotation spot, and the final spot on this roster, goes to the star shooting guard throughout the 90s, John Starks. This 6'5" player was very athletically gifted, and was also a big game performer for New York. He was an all-star in 1994 when he averaged 19 points, 6 assists, and 3 rebounds on 42% shooting. He was also an NBA All-Defender, which keeps up the theme of this roster being filled with two-way ballers. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Knicks team. This team is elite on both ends of the court, and there is no shortage of playoff experience on the roster. Do you think this squad is a top 4 seed in the Ultimate East? Let me know your opinion. Also, here is my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the roster instead? I look forward to hearing your thoughts in the comment section below. Starting at the point guard position is the face of Showtime, Magic Johnson. To many, and probably to most people, Magic is viewed as the greatest point guard of all time. One thing about this 6'9" floor general is that he really liked to push the tempo. The Showtime Lakers offense was ridiculously fast, and during his prime, he had guys who were solid at running in transition alongside of him. But especially on this Ultimate squad, they'll be even better on the fast break. Magic's best individual season was probably in 1987, while he was named the league MVP while averaging 24 points, 12 assists, and 6 rebounds on 52% shooting from the field. At the end of the day, there was basically no doubt on who was getting this starting nod. Starting at the shooting guard spot is the one known as the Black Mamba, Kobe Bryant. What's interesting is that Kobe never really played with a top-tier point guard in Los Angeles. Sure, Steve Nash was there for a bit, but that was long after Nash's prime. With Magic running the floor, Kobe will have to learn to play off ball, which will make this more like his time on the Olympic squads than anything else. Kobe ensures that this Ultimate team will have a late game closer, a consistent flow of offense, and an elite perimeter defender. At his best in the 05-06 season, the Mamba averaged a ridiculous 35 points while being first team all-defense. To this day, that is the highest scoring average while being first team all-defense. Starting at small forward is the still active legend LeBron James. Throughout the vast majority of his career in Los Angeles, LeBron has started at the point guard spot. But in this case, he'll have to make room for Magic and return to his more traditional position. This should be no issue for LeBron though, as he's one of the greatest transition players that the game has ever seen. Magic used to be dishing the ball to a streaking James Worthy at the small forward spot, and as effective as that was, a streaking LeBron will be even scarier. At his Los Angeles best in 2020, James averaged 25 points, 10 assists, and 8 rebounds on 49% shooting from the field. With Magic and LeBron on the floor simultaneously, there will never be a time where the open man goes unnoticed. Starting at power forward is the former all-time leading scorer Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He's always played at the center position, so starting the 7-2 captain at the 4 may seem crazy to some, but I actually think it makes perfect sense when you think about the way this team operates. For one, Kareem was especially great at running the floor with Magic, especially when he was younger in the early 80s. Also, Kareem's bread and butter is not to score from directly under the basket, but it's actually from the post, as he had the most indefensible shot of all time, the sky hook. At 7-2 with that shot, opposing power forwards will be begging for mercy. In 1981, Kareem put up 26 points, 10 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 blocks on 57% shooting from the field. Starting at the center position is the Diesel Shaquille O'Neal. In LA is where Shaq was at his absolute peak form, as he had the perfect combination of power and athleticism. With Kareem in the post and with Kobe and LeBron on the wings, Shaq will experience the most single-man coverage that he's ever had in his life, and due to this, he'll almost certainly be shooting a career-high percentage in the paint. Quite frankly, that point about single-man coverage is probably applicable to every player in this starting unit, and not just Shaq. During his nearly unanimous MVP run in 2000, Shaq averaged roughly 30 points, 14 rebounds, 4 assists, and 3 blocks on a league-leading 57% shooting from the field. When you look at this starting unit of Magic, Kobe, LeBron, Kareem, and Shaq, some modern basketball fans might complain about the lack of elite three-point shooting. But honestly, I'm not sure how much that really matters if the starting unit is shooting 60% from two-point range basically every night. Now on to the second unit, which is definitely strong enough to beat most starting units. The backup point guard is the logo himself, Jerry West. Many people debate whether West should be considered as a 1 or a 2. But given the fact that he was the starting point guard during their dominant 1972 championship run, that's where I'm placing him. Although the three-point shot did not exist yet in the NBA during his career, West was a guy who certainly could have been lethal from that distance. Not only is he known as Mr. Clutch for his big game performances, but he was also one of the most underrated defenders of all time. In 1972, he averaged about 26 points, a league-leading 9.7 assists, and 4 rebounds on 48% shooting from the field. The backup shooting guard is the 6'1" Hall of Famer Gail Goodrich. Without question, he's one of the most underappreciated players in the franchise's history, as he was a legitimate superstar in his own right, yet almost never gets any shine in this modern day. He was a solid pull-up shooter and was often the recipient of Jerry West's numerous assists. In their 1972 championship run, he averaged 26 points, 4 assists, and 4 rebounds on an elite 49% shooting. He may be battling for minutes with all of these incredible guards, but he'll never be a bad option when he's on the court. The backup small forward is the dominant Elgin Baylor. To this day, he holds the NBA record for the most points scored in a finals game with a total of 61, which basically sums up just how explosive he was offensively. Beyond that, he was the greatest rebounder ever for a player his size, as he intelligently used his strength and IQ to be among the league leaders on a yearly basis. In the 1961 season, Baylor put up an insane average of roughly 35 points, 20 rebounds, and 5 assists on 43% shooting from the field. He'll be right at home when he's on the court with West, as they earn the nicknames Mr. Inside and Mr. Outside. The backup power forward is the versatile two-way threat Anthony Davis. As a superstar off the bench, AD will be able to stay healthy more often, and will even be able to focus more of his energy on the defensive end of the floor. With the incredible traditional centers on the squad, he'll have even less attention on him when he looks to go to work from the post. His LA best was in 2020, where he put up 26 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 blocks on 50% shooting from the field. The backup center is arguably the most dominant player in the history of the game. Wilt Chamberlain. Maybe the biggest concern for this team will be morale and chemistry, because imagine trying to convince an elite Wilt Chamberlain to come off the bench. Regardless, that will be his responsibility on this ultimate squad. By the time he was in Los Angeles, Wilt had taken a step back as a scorer, yet he was still a terrifying rim protector and an elite passer from the post and in outlet situations. In 1969, he averaged 20 points, a league-leading 21 rebounds, and 4 assists, on 58% shooting from the field. I can only imagine the mismatches that Wilt will be taking advantage of as he faces backup centers on a nightly basis. Now on to the 3 rotation players. The first is the man known as Big Game James Worthy. This 6'9" small forward had one of the quickest first steps in basketball history, and as I mentioned before, he was extremely dangerous in transition. You would be wrong to assume that he was simply a role player, as Worthy was a legitimate star who could take over on his own. Case in point, he was the 1988 Finals MVP with one of the greatest Game 7 performances of all time. During his 7 straight All-Star seasons in LA, he averaged about 20 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists on 53% shooting from the field. The second rotation player is another Hall of Famer, Pau Gasol. This 7-foot center / power forward helped Kobe Bryant win back-to-back championships in 2009 and 2010. He did it with his finesse-style offense and with his unselfish team play. In 2010, Pau put up 18 points, 11 rebounds, and 3 assists on 54% shooting from the field. He's yet another player on this absurdly stacked roster that will struggle to get a tremendous amount of minutes, but when he's in, he'll be a safe bet to produce. The third rotation player and the last spot on this roster goes to the role-playing shooting guard Michael Cooper. There is certainly more talented and more accomplished players who could have taken this spot, but with these last few bench spots, I'm looking for guys who can fill needed roles. There is enough superstar power on this roster, and what's needed is some 3-point shooting and defense. This 6'7" wing just happens to be one of the greatest 3-and-D players of all time. He made an insane 8 all-defense teams in Los Angeles, and for a while, he was a 3-point record holder in the NBA Finals. He was also insanely athletic, and was with all 5 championship teams in the 80s. Proving that he has the playoff experience to belong. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Lakers team. Simply put, there is no weaknesses on this squad, as they are absurdly overpowered. The different rotations and lineups that could dominate are pretty much endless. When we eventually do the 2K simulation of all the teams, this team will likely be the favorite heading in. They'll probably still find a way to lose in the first round just because 2K is ridiculous like that. But in a more realistic scenario, it's hard to envision this team ever being stopped. My one major frustration with this roster is the fact that George Mikan isn't on it, but I honestly don't see what impact he could have had when there's so many great bigs ahead of him, which is why I ultimately went with Cooper for the final spot. Here is my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the roster instead, Starting at the point guard position is the electrifying Penny Hardaway. This 6'7" star was a strong combo guard who could dominate opposing teams with his tremendous scoring or with his quality facilitating. For a while in Orlando, him and Shaq were seen as one of the most formidable duos in the entire league. Not only did Penny have a size advantage over most point guards, but he also had a solid handle of the basketball and proved himself to be a dangerous perimeter threat in clutch situations. At his best in 1995, he averaged about 21 points, 7 assists, and 4 rebounds on 51% shooting from the field. Starting at shooting guard is the incredible 6'8" wing, Tracy McGrady. Not only was he an all-star every season he was in Orlando, but T-Mac was legitimately in the conversation for being the best player in the league. He led the league in scoring twice, getting as high as 32 points per game in 2003. For years, he was carrying the offense on a bad Magic team. But on this ultimate squad, he'll have plenty of open looks, as he'll finally have the superstar support to draw some of the defensive attention away. Starting at small forward is the 6'8" All-Star Grant Hill. His prime was definitely in Detroit, and when he went to Orlando, many people assumed the Magic were going to get the same level of excellence. Well, unfortunately, Hill's time in Orlando was riddled with injuries, but he did manage to squeeze in one healthy All-Star season, where he averaged about 20 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists on 51% shooting from the field. Due to the injuries, much of his previous explosiveness was gone, but he was still a fundamentally sound player who was very effective in the mid-range game. Starting at power forward is the 6'10" All-Star Rashard Lewis. As a legitimate stretch 4, Lewis had a skill set that was way ahead of his time, and with his ability to stretch the floor, he'll be an incredibly valuable asset to this starting 5 that is in desperate need of his quality perimeter shooting. At his best in 2009, he put up roughly 18 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 assists on 44% shooting and nearly 40% from three-point range. Starting at center is one of the greatest big men to ever do it, Shaquille O'Neal. In Orlando, this 7'1" superstar was at his peak athletically, as he was in slimmer shape and was faster, quicker, and could leap higher as a result. He was a statistical monster in 1994 as he averaged 29 points, 13 rebounds, and 3 blocks, on a league-leading 60% shooting from the field. Now on to the second unit. The backup point guard is the 6'1" floor general, Scott Skiles. This facilitator is actually the NBA record holder for the most assists in a single game, as he got a total of 30 against the Denver Nuggets in 1990. He was a fast-paced player who was often the giver on many of Shaq's highlight slams. In 1991, he averaged 17 points, 8 assists, and 3 rebounds on tremendous efficiency splits. The backup shooting guard is the 6'6" wing, Nick Anderson. He was an athletic high flyer who helped his Magic make it to the NBA Finals in 1995. His individual best came in 1993, as he averaged 20 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 assists while hitting 45% of his shots. With his energy and skill set, he'll be a tremendous spark off the bench for this ultimate squad. The backup small forward is the versatile 6'10" weapon, Hedo Turkoglu. In the late 2000s, he was the perfect complementary piece alongside of Dwight Howard, as he was a dangerous spot-up three-point shooter. Specifically, in 2008, he was second on the entire team in scoring, trailing only Howard, as he chipped in with nearly 20 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists on 46% shooting and 40% from three-point distance. The backup power forward is the 6'10" champion Horace Grant. His best was certainly with Chicago, but without a doubt, he was still very effective in Orlando. In his first season with the team, he was averaging a near double-double while hitting a stellar 57% of his shots. When a more traditional approach is needed at the 4 spot, he'll make a solid substitution for Rashard Lewis, as Grant has pre-existing chemistry with Shaq and Penny from the 90s. The backup center is the athletic beast, Dwight Howard. He was never the dominant 30 points per game scorer that Shaq was, which is why the Diesel got the starting nod from me. But he was a guy who would regularly get 20 points and 20 rebounds on the same night, and was considered as the top center in the league for several seasons. Along with that, Howard was a 3-time Defensive Player of the Year winner, as he would often swat shots into the 3rd row. Now on to the 3 rotation players. The first is the all-star point guard, Jameer Nelson. He was an excellent floor general and a smart decision maker, as he averaged very few turnovers throughout his NBA career. During his peak, he was a tremendous shooter from three-point range, which will be yet another area where he can be massively impactful in his reserve role. The second rotation player is the 6'8" wing, Dennis Scott. Continuing with the theme of this roster, Scott is yet another dangerous perimeter shooter, as he was consistently among the league leaders in three-point percentage and three-point attempts. In 1996, he averaged 17 points, 4 rebounds, and 3 assists on 44% shooting and a lethal 42.5% from deep. The third rotation spot and the last spot on this roster goes to the 6'10 center Nikola Vucevic. Obviously, Shaquille O'Neal and Dwight Howard will get the vast majority of the minutes, but whenever Nikola is called upon, he'll do an excellent job of holding down the position, as he was an elite big in his own right. In 2019, he averaged a whopping 21 points, 12 rebounds, and 4 assists on 52% shooting from the field. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Magic team. Although this may not be the deepest and the most stacked team in the series, I actually really like how this roster filled out, as there is a plethora of snipers to surround Shaquille O'Neal and Dwight Howard, and that inside-out playstyle has really been successful for both centers in the past. Do you think this Magic team will make the ultimate playoffs in the Eastern Conference? Let me know your opinion. Also, here's my list of honorable mentions, should any of these players have made the roster instead. Starting at point guard is the modern leader of the franchise, Luka Doncic. This 6'7" star does a little bit of everything for his team, as he's already asserted himself as an all-time great scorer and as one of the greatest triple-double machines in NBA history. He'll be an awesome dual threat with this all-time squad, as he can score and facilitate with the best of them. Just last season, he averaged about 32, 8, and 8, proving himself to be one of the most productive players in Mavericks history. Starting at shooting guard is the all-time great ball handler, Kyrie Irving. Some might be a little annoyed by this pick, considering how little time Irving has spent with Dallas so far. But with that being said, there's no question that he's the most talented player for this role. In his 20 games with Dallas last season, he averaged 27 points, 6 assists, and 5 rebounds on 51% shooting from the field. With him and Luka on the perimeter, this team will basically never be struggling to produce points at a fast rate. Starting at small forward is the 6'6" wing, Mark Aguirre. He was a smooth and methodical player who made 3 All-Star teams in his time as a Maverick. He was not only an elite scoring mid-range player, but he was also dangerously efficient. At his best in 1984, he averaged 29.5 points, 6 rebounds, and 4 assists on a stellar 52.4% from the field. As a player who likes to go to work from the post, he'll give this team a reliable option in half-court sets. Starting at power forward is the NBA champion Dirk Nowitzki. This 7-foot sniper was basically unstoppable in his prime. With his tremendous length and with his iconic fadeaway, all you could basically do as the defender is pray that he missed it. Dirk was also the model of efficiency for the stretch 4, and in 2007, he became one of the few players to finish the regular season with 50-40-90 percentages. With Luka, Kyrie, Aguirre, and Dirk in the starting lineup, defenders would be foolish to risk double teaming anyone. Starting at center is the former Defensive Player of the Year winner, Tyson Chandler. With this 7-footer at center, he'll ensure that the starting unit will have at least one elite defensive player to make a difference. With his rebounding and rim protection, Chandler was a major contributor towards their championship run in 2011. Luka will make a great lob connection partner for Tyson, as both players were especially great at reading defenses in that aspect. Now on to the second unit. The backup point guard is the efficient floor general, Steve Nash. He's most famous for his MVP era in Phoenix, but even in Dallas, Nash was still a major contributor for his team. He was an up-tempo player who could make incredible passes in transition. With his court vision and with his elite three-point shooting, he'll make sure that defenses can never relax when he's substituted in. At his Dallas best in 2002, he put up averages of 18 points, 8 assists, and 3 rebounds, while having insane efficiency splits, including a whopping 45.5% from three-point range. The backup shooting guard is the 6'6" athlete, Rolando Blackman. He was a 4-time All-Star in his time in Dallas, and he was an extremely reliable second scoring option, as he usually averaged around 20 points per game while shooting nearly 50% from the field over the course of his career. The backup small forward is the 6'7" wing, Michael Finley. For years alongside of Dirk Nowitzki, he was a fantastic scorer and perimeter shooter. In 2000 and 2001, he was an NBA All-Star in back-to-back seasons, and over that time, he averaged about 22 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists on 46% shooting from the field. As he comes off of the bench, he'll continue the theme of the roster so far with his solid perimeter scoring. The backup power forward is the 6'7" weapon, Jay Vincent. He was one of those guys who actually peaked in his rookie season, as he had a tremendous debut in 1982, where he averaged 21 points and 7 assists while hitting nearly 50% of his shots. He'll make an interesting substitution for Dirk, considering how he plays offense with an opposite approach, as he prefers a more grit and grind style near the basket. The backup center is the 7'6" tower, Sean Bradley. Usually, he's on the embarrassing end of the highlight reel, as Bradley was dunked on many times by incredible wings. With that being said, he was actually a pretty quality player and a solid rim protector. For example, in 1998, he averaged 11 points and 8 rebounds while blocking 3.3 shots per game, which was third in the league that season, trailing only Marcus Camby and Dikembe Mutombo. Now on to the 3 rotation players. The first is another amazing floor general, Jason Kidd. He was past his prime in Dallas, but even then, he was still an all-star level facilitator, and in 2010, he averaged 10 points and 9 assists on 42% shooting. He was also the starting point guard during their championship run in 2011. He'll struggle to get many minutes behind Luka and Nash, but with these 3 in the rotation, there will never be a time when the position is lacking. The second rotation player is the all-time great three-point shooter, Jason Terry. He was monumental in their championship run in 2011, and as a high IQ player off the bench, he'll be a tremendous spark offensively. In 2009, he was actually second in the team in scoring, behind only Dirk Nowitzki, as he put up nearly 20 points on a nightly basis. The third rotation player and the final spot on this roster is the 6'4" combo guard, Derek Harper. Throughout the late 80s and early 90s, this guy was the Swiss Army knife of the Mavericks squad, as he was a massive contributor in many aspects. In 1991, he averaged about 20 points and 7 assists on 47% shooting. He also made 2 all-defense teams, which will be extremely valuable to this squad, especially on the perimeter. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Mavericks team. This roster will have a very unique style of play. This may just be the most jump shooting Ultimate team of the entire series so far, but it's also worth mentioning that outside of the centers, Derek Harper and Jason Kidd, this squad may just be the greatest example of the term, if you live by the 3, you die by the 3. Do you think this Mavericks team will make the ultimate playoffs in the Western Conference? Let me know your opinion. Also, here's my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the roster instead? The starting point guard is the all-time great Jason Kidd. Simply put, he's one of the greatest passers in basketball history, as his ability to facilitate was why the Nets made it to the NBA Finals twice in the 2000s. Beyond that, Kidd was also an elite defensive point guard, as he made a remarkable 9 all-defense teams in his NBA career. He led the league in assists per game 4 times, including the 2003 season, where he averaged 19 points, 9 assists, 6 rebounds, and 2 steals. With the incredible superstars in this starting lineup, Kidd will be providing plenty of highlight connections. The starting shooting guard is half-man, half-amazing Vince Carter. Obviously, he's known most for his time in Toronto, but Carter was still an elite player in New Jersey, especially in his first year with the team. In 2005, with the Nets, Carter averaged 27 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists on 46% shooting and a lethal 42.5% from three-point range. With his tremendously deep bag, he'll be a threat in transition, in the mid-range, and on the perimeter. Starting at small forward is none other than Dr. J, Julius Erving. In his 3 years with the New York Nets, Erving led the ABA in scoring twice, getting as high as 29.3 points per game in 1976. He was also a dominant rebounder and shot blocker in his youth, putting up some insane stat lines. He was simply one of the most athletically gifted players in NBA history. Just imagine a young Jason Kidd, Vince Carter, and Julius Erving running the fast break. And what you have is a recipe for a nightmare for opposing defenses. Starting at power forward is the 7-foot assassin Kevin Durant. KD will operate as a mid-range and three-point specialist, and with the amount of space created by his star teammates, along with his all-time great point guard, he'll have plenty of wide-open looks from deep. In 2022, KD averaged about 30 points, 7 rebounds, and 6 assists, while having incredible efficiency splits. Starting at center is the 7-1 All-Star Brook Lopez. What the younger viewers need to understand is that Brook Lopez with the Nets was nowhere close to being the same player that he is today. In New Jersey and Brooklyn, Lopez was not a face-up three-point shooter, but rather he was a more traditional center who went to work with his back to the basket. For a while in the early 2010s, he was genuinely in the conversation with Dwight Howard for the title of the best center in the game. Between 2010 and 2017, he averaged about 20 points and 7 rebounds on 50% shooting from the field. Now on to the second unit. The backup point guard is the elite dual threat Deron Williams. You can argue that his best was his time in Utah, but without question, he was still a threat in his first couple of seasons with the Nets. In 2012, he averaged 21 points, 9 assists, and 3 rebounds on 41% shooting from the field. If a floor general with a more scoring mindset is ever what's needed, then Williams will make a solid sub for Kidd. The backup shooting guard is the 1990 sharpshooter Drazen Petrovic. As a skilled European player with tremendous range, he was way ahead of his time. He's often described by his peers from that era as one of the greatest shooters in NBA history. It makes sense considering how he averaged as high as 22 points per game in New Jersey, while shooting 52% from the field and 45% from three-point range. Due to his tragic and abrupt passing in a car accident, we never got the chance to see the very best of Petrovic. But regardless, what we did see was pretty darn good as well. The backup small forward is the ABA superstar Rick Barry. Having this man come off the bench seems pretty wrong, but that just goes to show how strong the starting unit is. Barry was ahead of his time as he was a dominant scorer with a deadly pull-up jumper. In 1972 with the New York Nets, he averaged 31 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 assists on 46% shooting. Coming off the bench, he'll be an all-time great spark plug, tearing up opposing defenders of the second unit. The backup power forward is the dynamic athlete Kenyon Martin. This 6'9" high flyer was one of the most reoccurring recipients off of Jason Kidd's playmaking, and he was actually an all-star in 2004 as he averaged roughly 17 points, 9 rebounds, and 1.3 blocks on 49% shooting from the field. In the instances where Kevin Durant will need a rest, Martin will provide a much meaner and more traditional approach. The backup center is the 6'10" beast Derek Holtman. Technically, he played more of his career at the 4 spot than at the 5, but he'll fit in well at the center for this second unit. He was an all-star in 1994, and that year he put up a stat line of 20 points, 11 rebounds, and 2 blocks on 45% shooting. Now on to the 3 rotation players. The first player is the 6'7" small forward Bernard King. He only spent his first couple of seasons in New Jersey, but regardless, he had an immediate impact and produced one of the strongest rookie seasons in NBA history, as he averaged 24 points, 9 rebounds, and 1.5 steals on 48% shooting. With his power and determination in transition, along with his skill in his mid-range game, he'll be a sure thing off the bench. The second rotation player is the 6'7" star Richard Jefferson. He was a fantastic above-the-rim athlete, who was quite the teammate to Jason Kidd in the mid-2000s. As a reliable slasher in 2006, he averaged nearly 20 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 assists while hitting 49% of his shots. With his energy and athleticism, he'll be a terrific sub to take the momentum. The third rotation spot, and the final spot on this roster, goes to the do-it-all combo guard Michael Ray Richardson. With New Jersey in 1985, he was an NBA All-Star, and he was a tremendous performer on both ends of the court. That season, he averaged 20 points, 8 assists, and a league-leading 3 steals on 47% shooting. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Nets team. I must say, this team has no shortage of offensive weapons, and they will be a handful on the fast break with plenty of highlight slams on a nightly basis. If there's one area where they're relatively weak, it's probably in the paint. But with their terrific playmaking, with their elite shooting, and with their elite slashing, many nights they won't need to win the battle of the points in the paint. Do you think this Nets team will make the ultimate playoffs in the Eastern Conference? Let me know your opinion. Also, here's my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the roster instead? Starting at point guard is the 6'4" champion Jamal Murray. He's just now reaching his late 20s, but regardless, he's already established himself as one of the best perimeter players in franchise history, and is certainly worth the starting spot as the floor general. In the regular season, Murray is a solid and reliable option, but over his last 2 trips to the playoffs, he's made himself known as one of the most clutch players in the entire league, as he takes his production to another level entirely while having insane efficiency splits. With him at the helm, there's no question that this squad will be getting a big game performer when the matches matter the most. Starting as shooting guard is the 6'4" high flyer David Thompson. They used to call him Skywalker, and for obvious reasons, as he was one of the most tremendous leapers that the game has ever seen. He was so much more than just that though. Thompson was incredibly skilled and had pristine fundamentals. His offensive game was so polished that even the great Michael Jordan modeled much of his game after him. Unfortunately, his career was cut very short due to drugs and injuries, but at his very best, he was among the top scorers in the entire league. In the 1977-78 season, he averaged 27 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists on a stellar 52% shooting, and that season included a 73-point performance where he made 20 out of his first 21 shots. He'll be a lethal perimeter assassin for this all-time group. Starting at small forward is the 6'8" scoring champion Alex English. I'm sure most of you have heard this stat by now, but in the duration of the 1980s decade, no player scored more total points than this guy, Alex English. He was a smooth and methodical player who did the vast majority of his damage in the mid-range. On top of his craftiness, he was a lengthy player, with an extremely high release point on his jump shot, which made him darn near impossible to block. At his best in 1986, he averaged about 30 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists on better than 50% shooting from the field. Starting at power forward is the all-time great post player Carmelo Anthony. I know, he spent basically all of his time in Denver playing at the 3. But unless I moved him out of his traditional position, I was gonna have to send either a prime David Thompson, Alex English, or Carmelo Anthony to the bench, and I wasn't willing to do that. So the 4 spot it is. As a 6'7" post scorer who had more strength and weight than most players at his height, Melo can certainly hold his own in the post as a power forward, but he can also stretch the floor with his solid 3-point shooting. He'll also be a deadly go-to option in fourth quarters, as he was one of the most clutch shot makers during his peak. In the 06-07 season, he put up averages of 29 points, 6 rebounds, and 4 assists, while making roughly 48% of his shots. The starting center is the greatest player in franchise history, Nikola Jokic. It's already scary enough to have this many weapons in the starting lineup, but then you consider how Jokic will be making plays for those fellow weapons, and it will be a nightmare for opposing defenses. Unless you never pay attention to modern basketball, you know what you're getting from the Joker. An MVP candidate, a triple-double machine, an efficient shooter from everywhere on the court, and one of the greatest passers in basketball history regardless of position. In the 22-23 season, he put up some of the most broken numbers we've ever seen, as he darn near averaged a triple-double while hitting a mind-blowing 63% of his shots. Now onto the second unit. The backup point guard is the one they call Mr. Big Shot, Chauncey Billups. As a former Finals MVP winner, this man took over the floor general duties and helped transform Denver into a legitimate title contender in 2009. Not only was he a perennial all-star, but he was also an NBA all-defender. He had an extremely high offensive IQ, which kept his turnovers per game average extremely low. He was also one of the best three-point shooters and best free throw shooters in the league. Coming in as the point for the second unit, he'll ensure that the second group runs like a veteran, well-oiled machine. The backup shooting guard is the answer, Allen Iverson. Of course, his best years were in Philadelphia, where he was an MVP winner. But with that being said, I think people forget how good he still was in Denver. For one, he enjoyed some of the most efficient seasons of his career in Denver, which was thanks to the fact that he finally had some solid offensive support to help draw the defensive attention. And he'll have an even greater supporting cast on this all-time team. In the 07-08 season, he averaged 26 points, 7 assists, and 2 steals on 46% shooting from the field. He'll basically guarantee that the second unit will never struggle to produce points. The backup small forward is the 6'8" bucket getter Kiki Vanderway. He developed into one of the best scorers for the team in the 1980s, as he had a lethal jump shot and was crafty at getting good looks around the rim. He's continuing the theme of this roster so far, which is insanely high-powered offense. At his very best in 1984, he was putting up numbers of 29 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists on a remarkable 55.8% shooting. Averaging 29 points on roughly 56% would be incredible for a center, but for a forward, that's basically unheard of. Like many players on this team, his defense was suspect, but there's no doubt that he'll be a tremendous boost of scoring off the bench. The backup power forward is the 6'9" Hall of Famer Dan Issel. Issel was great with his back to the basket, as his fundamentally smooth jumper made him a top-tier scorer. That jumper was solid as far as 20 feet out. He played with consistent energy and effort and was almost always one of the first guys to the rim in transition. In the ABA in 1976, he averaged 23 points and 11 rebounds while hitting 51% of his shots, and while playing all 84 games that year. He was nicknamed Horse, and that was certainly fitting, as this guy was an absolute workhorse in his early years. The backup center is one of the greatest rim protectors of all time, Dikembe Mutombo. This 7'2" mountain was famous for his consistent denials at the basket, which led him to win 4 Defensive Player of the Year honors, which is tied for the most in NBA history. Although he's eligible for several Ultimate Teams, his very best was in Denver. In 1996, at the age of 29, he averaged 11 points, 12 rebounds, and a whopping 4.5 blocks, which was his 3rd straight season where he led the league in blocks per game. If Nikola Jokic is ever getting exploited for his defensive shortcomings, then Mount Mutombo will make a fantastic substitution. Now onto the 3 rotation players. The first is the 6'3" combo guard Lafayette Lever, more commonly referred to as Fat Lever. Alongside of Alex English, Lever was one of the better weapons of the Nuggets on the 1980s, as he was a solid two-way threat, and during his prime, he was usually among the league leaders in steals per game. He did a little bit of everything for that team, as he was a consistent triple-double threat at a time where that was much more rare. At his best in 1988, he averaged 19 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists, and 2.7 steals, while earning an all-defense team selection. Even though this roster is jam-packed with amazing guards, Lever will be getting his fair share of minutes. The second rotation player is an all-time great shot blocker, Marcus Camby. Behind Jokic and Mutombo, Camby may have a hard time getting a significant amount of minutes, but at the very least, he'll be sure to do his job of clamping down the painted area while he's there. From 2006 to 2008, Camby was an absolute force, as he was a consistent DPOY contender. In that 3-season span, he averaged about 11 points, 12 rebounds, and 3.4 blocks, leading the league in blocked shots in each of those 3 years. The third rotation player and the final spot on this roster goes to the 6'9" power forward Bobby Jones. This man is famous for his defensive contribution to the 1983 76ers, who won the championship and are remembered as one of the greatest teams of all time. But if we're being honest, he was at his best as a Nugget. The man was known as the Secretary of Defense, and for good reason, as he was a lockdown defender who played with hustle and tenacity on every single night. In 1977, he put up a stat line of 15 points, 8 rebounds, 2 steals, and 2 blocks, on a tremendous 57% shooting from the field. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Nuggets team. I gotta admit, these guys turned out way better than I thought they would. The starting 5 is insanely overpowered offensively, but admittedly, there's a lot of major holes in that starting defense. Fortunately, the roster rounds out with not just some great defenders, but some of the greatest defensive players of all time, like Dikembe Mutombo, Marcus Camby, and Bobby Jones. For me, this is definitely a dark horse team to pay attention to in the Western Conference. Do you think this Nuggets team will make the ultimate playoffs in the Western Conference? Let me know your opinion. Also, here's my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the roster instead? Starting at point guard is the talented 6'5" athlete Tyrese Haliburton. He's still in his early 20s, but regardless, this young man has quickly developed into one of the best facilitators of modern history. Not only is he terrific at finding good opportunities for his teammates, but when he's called upon to score on his own, he's extremely efficient at doing so. In the 22-23 season, he put up solid averages of 21 points, 10 assists, and 4 rebounds on tremendous efficiency splits. He's also shown that he can raise his game when the stakes are higher, as he put up fantastic numbers during the NBA's first in-season tournament. This ultimate group will be in great hands when this young playmaker is running the floor. Starting as shooting guard is the perimeter assassin, Reggie Miller. Not only was he one of the greatest three-point shooters of all time, but Miller was also one of the most clutch players from his era, as he would regularly hit game-winning jumpers, and oftentimes it happened in the playoffs. He's a wonderful teammate offensively, as he draws the defense's attention with his constant off-ball movement, in combination with how dangerous he is from deep. And that way, he was really the prototype to Steph Curry, in the sense that you could never give him space, and you always had to keep an eye on him coming off of screens. At his best in 1990, he averaged about 25 points per game on deadly efficiency splits. He was also a monster in the 1995 playoffs, which is where many of his iconic plays occurred. Starting a small forward is one of the great wings of Pacers history, Paul George. You all know this guy. In his earlier years in Indiana, he was tremendously athletic, very talented, and had a bag full of skills. Specifically, in the 16-17 season at the age of 26, he led his Pacers to the playoffs while putting up about 24 points, nearly 7 rebounds, and 3 assists with exceptional efficiency splits. With Tyrese making plays for him, and with Reggie drawing much of the perimeter attention, I imagine that PG-13 will enjoy some of the most open looks he's ever had in his career, which should translate to some of his best percentages as well. Starting at power forward is the 6'8" Hall of Famer George McGinnis. At his peak in the ABA, George was one of the most capable scorers and rebounders in the entire league. For a guy his size, he had a solid combination of strength and quickness. He had the talent and the frame to play a finesse style of basketball, or a physical one if it was needed. Many of his points were scored as he glided to the basket, but he also had a unique, yet lethal, one-handed jump shot. He led his Pacers all the way to the ABA Finals in 1975, and he was doing just about everything for that team. In that regular season, he put up monstrous numbers, averaging a league-leading 30 points, 14 rebounds, 6 assists, and 2.6 steals on 45% shooting. Amazingly, he took nearly all of those averages up in the 1975 playoffs. Without question, he was a big game performer, and he'll do well for this group. Starting at center is yet another old-school Hall of Famer, Mel Daniels. This 6'9" star played a very physical and aggressive style of basketball in the paint, as he basically never saw a rebound opportunity or a loose ball that he didn't think was his. Beyond that, he had a soft release on his pull-up mid-range jumper, which meant that he had various methods of attacking the defense. He led the ABA in rebounding 3 times in his career, and specifically in the 1971 season, he averaged 21 points and 18 rebounds while shooting 51% from the field. He'll be sure to provide plenty of second chance opportunities for his superstar teammates. Now on to the second unit. The backup point guard is the 3-time ABA champion, Freddie Lewis. This 6-foot point guard was extremely shifty, and with his unpredictable change of pace moves, he was extremely tough to defend. In his arsenal, Freddie had a quality pull-up jumper that he loved to shoot in transition, even from 3-point range. He was definitely a shoot-first guard, and in 1969, he averaged roughly 20 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists on 44% shooting from the field. He'll be a solid offensive spark plug for this team off the bench. The backup shooting guard is the 6'3" All-Star Victor Oladipo. His peak was short-lived in the NBA, and because of that, I think many people have forgotten just how good of a player he was in that brief prime. He was a crafty player who was great at finishing around the rim with his fantastic layup package. But then again, he also had the elevation to straight up leap and slam over the opposing center. He was also a solid two-way player in Indiana, and no season sums that up better than in 2018. That year, he averaged about 23 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and a league-leading 2.4 steals per game, all while hitting nearly 48% of his shots. For a variety of reasons, he'll be an amazing substitution. The backup small forward is the 6'9" weapon, Danny Granger. For a short period of time in the late 2000s, this guy looked like he was on his way to becoming one of the best wing players in the league. He had tremendous length, plenty of ball handling skills, and was a solid 3-point shooter. With his frame and abilities, he was reminiscent of a young Tracy McGrady. In the 08-09 season, he was an NBA All-Star and won the Most Improved Player award as he averaged about 26 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists on 45% shooting and 40% from deep. He'll enjoy going to work in isolation situations against second-unit players. The backup power forward is the 6-time All-Star Jermaine O'Neal. For a while, this 6'11" big man was just on the cusp of entering the conversation of the best power forwards in the league. He had a very polished game offensively, and in 2002, he won the league's Most Improved Player award. In the 02-03 season, he averaged about 21 points and 10 rebounds, while blocking 2.3 shots per game. George McGinnis may be taking the majority of the minutes at the position, but O'Neal will assure that they won't miss a beat when McGinnis goes to the bench. The backup center is the 7'4" Dutchman Rick Smits. Even with his size, he was never viewed as an elite defensive player, but for what he lacked on that end, he certainly made it up on the offensive end. Smits had incredible footwork and had a soft touch with his hook shot and with his jumper, which made him incredibly difficult to defend in the low post. In 1996, he was second on the team in scoring as he averaged about 18 points and 7 rebounds on 52% shooting from the field. Now on to the 3 rotation players. The first is the Defensive Player of the Year winner, Ron Artest. This 6'7" small forward was the best player on the championship contending Pacers team in 2004. With his strength and instincts, he asserted himself as one of the best two-way players that the game had to offer. In the 03-04 season, he was an NBA All-Star while putting up an average of 18 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 steals on 42% shooting. If any wing is ever struggling to contain their assignment, then Artest will sub in and immediately start locking down the opposition. The second rotation player is the 6'10 power forward Detlef Schrempf. This guy was way ahead of his time, in the sense that he was a long, versatile player who could stretch the floor with his perimeter shot. He's probably most famous for his time spent in Seattle, but his absolute best basketball was in Indiana. He earned his first All-Star selection in the 92-93 season, and that year he did a little bit of everything on offense, as he averaged about 19 points, 9.5 rebounds, and 6 assists on roughly 48% shooting. The third rotation player and the last spot on the roster goes to the 6'5 wing Roger Brown. He's yet another ABA great, and in his prime, he was viewed as one of the most difficult players to guard in one-on-one situations. With his range, he was a threat from just about anywhere on the court, and at his best in the 69-70 season, he averaged 23 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists on 50% shooting from the field. On a roster full of do-it-all type of players, Roger Brown continues that theme. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Pacers team. When looking at this roster, the one word that comes to mind for me is versatile. You've got a lot of guys who can do a variety of things well. They don't have many weaknesses, but it's also hard to say if there's one aspect of the game where I can expect them to dominate. Do you think this Pacers team has a shot at making the ultimate playoffs in the Eastern Conference? Let me know your opinion. Also, here's my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the roster instead? Starting at point guard is one of the greatest that the position has ever seen, Chris Paul. This active legend was at his absolute peak in New Orleans, as he was a dominant two-way force who was a legitimate MVP candidate. He was one of those rare players who actually experienced his prime in his early 20s, and in specifically the 08-09 season, he averaged 23 points, a league-leading 11 assists, and a league-leading 2.8 steals on roughly 50% shooting from the field. At this point in his career, he had almost no weakness. As he could score with the best of them, he could facilitate better than anyone in the league, and he was an absolute pickpocket machine, regularly putting up insane numbers on the defensive end of the floor. Starting as shooting guard is the 6'8 sniper Glenn Rice. Technically, he spent his career as a small forward, but there's a lot of great forwards and not so many elite two guards on this all-time squad. So Rice seemed to be one of the players who would make a better fit at the 2 spot. He was an NBA All-Star 3 times in his career, and all 3 times were with this team. Although his prime was short-lived, he was one of the most dangerous players during it, and in 1997 he was even named the All-Star Game's MVP. In the 96-97 season, he averaged about 27 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 assists on 48% shooting, and an insane 47% from three-point range, which happened to lead the entire league that season. CP3 will love to kick it out to this guy on the perimeter. Starting as small forward is the 6'10 sharpshooter Peja Stojakovic. His best seasons may have come in Sacramento, but regardless, he was still a lethal perimeter threat in New Orleans. He has pre-existing chemistry with Chris Paul, as the two competed as teammates for one of the best teams in the Western Conference. In the 07-08 season, he averaged 16 points and 4 rebounds while hitting 44% of his shots, and a deadly 44% from three-point range. He also shot a career-high 6.8 three-point attempts per game that season. With Paul at the point and with Rice and Peja on the wings, spacing and three-point shooting will be a very difficult task to manage for opposing defenses. Starting at power forward is one of the most skilled bigs that we've ever seen, Anthony Davis. This 6'10 superstar spent his early 20s with the Pelicans, and he was a statistical monster on both ends of the court. In the 2017 to 2018 season, he played a whopping 75 games and put up averages of 28 points, 11 rebounds, and a league-leading 2.6 blocks on 53% shooting from the field. With so much attention going to his perimeter shooting teammates, Davis will have plenty of room to operate in the post with single-man coverage. Starting at center is the NBA Hall of Famer Alonzo Mourning. As a young 6'10 star, Mourning did almost everything for his team, as he was a consistent 2010 guy while being one of the fiercest rim protectors in the entire league, which says a lot considering who his competition was during that era. In his rookie season alone, he was averaging 3.5 blocks per game. The painted area will always be a scary place when Davis and Mourning are on the floor together. Now on to the second unit. The backup point guard is the 6'3 All-Star Baron Davis. This fast point guard was one of the most explosive points of his era, and he was quite the playmaker as well. Beyond that, Davis was usually among the league leaders in steals per game, and he was the leader overall twice. In 2004, he averaged 23 points, 7 assists, and 2.4 steals, while leading New Orleans to the playoffs. He'll be a massive spark of energy and intensity for the second unit. The backup shooting guard is the 6'3 scorer CJ McCollum. He's always a threat with his solid perimeter jump shot, and in the 22-23 season, he was third in the team in scoring, averaging about 21 points, 6 assists, and 4 rebounds. Alongside of Baron Davis, he'll do a solid job of keeping the defense honest. The backup small forward is the 6'8 former All-Star Brandon Ingram. Continuing the theme of the second unit so far, Ingram will be a massive boost of offense off the bench. Usually, his biggest obstacle is remaining healthy, but in a reserve role with less minutes, he'll likely be fresh and available when he's called upon. During his first All-Star season in 2020, he averaged roughly 24 points, 6 rebounds, and 4 assists, while hitting 46% of his shots. The backup power forward is the 6'7 beast Larry Johnson. During the 90s, Johnson was one of the strongest and most athletically gifted players of his size. He was always a sure thing to bring energy and effort to the basketball court, and in 1993 especially, he was an absolute workhorse, as he averaged 22 points, 10 rebounds, and 4 assists, while leading the NBA in minutes per game. With Anthony Davis at the starting position, there will be a more finesse approach. But whenever a more bruising and punishing style of offense is needed, Grandmama will make a great substitution. The backup center is the 6'10 star DeMarcus Cousins. Due to injuries, he didn't play a tremendous amount of games as a Pelican. But for the time he was out there, he was a statistically productive monster. For example, in 48 games of the 17-18 season, he averaged 25 points, 13 rebounds, and 5 assists on 47% shooting from the field. Coming off the bench, he'll be a nice change of pace from Mourning, as Boogie will focus more on the offensive end compared to Alonzo, who specialized on the defensive end. Now on to the 3 rotation players. The first is the wildly explosive Zion Williamson. In recent years, he's been getting a bad rap for his inability to stay on the floor due to his health, and for his inability to contain his weight. But when he's actually out there on the court, he's something special to watch. For example, in the 20-21 season, he played 61 regular season games, and averaged 27 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 assists, while hitting a ridiculous 61% of his shots. While he's on the floor with either Chris Paul or Baron Davis, he'll be the recipient of many highlight-worthy lob finishes. The second rotation player is the 6'4 All-Star Drew Holiday. As most of you know, this fantastic combo guard was a legitimate two-way threat for New Orleans, and in 2019 he produced 21 points, 8 assists, and 5 rebounds, while making 47% of his attempts. His sound decision-making and veteran experience will make him a reliable option in whatever situations he may be needed. The third rotation player and the last spot on this roster goes to the 6'9 power forward David West. He was a two-time All-Star during his time in New Orleans, as his prime perfectly coincided with the prime of Chris Paul. Specifically, in 2008, he averaged about 21 points and 9 rebounds while making 48% of his shots. On a roster that's certainly not lacking in terms of size and strength, David West will certainly make a solid cherry on top. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Pelicans team. I gotta be honest, this team is a lot scarier than I initially expected them to be, as they have elite shooting, solid playmaking, and a tremendous amount of size and strength. They do have some great defenders in Chris Paul, Anthony Davis, Alonzo Mourning, and Jrue Holiday. But outside of those 4 players, there are some weak spots defensively that can be exploited. Regardless, they're going to be a tough out for just about anyone if they end up making it to the Ultimate Western Conference playoffs. Do you think this Pelicans team has a shot at making the playoffs? Also, here's my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the roster instead? Starting at the point guard position is the 6'1" Hall of Famer Isaiah Thomas. During his prime, this quick and talented superstar was one of the most threatening players in the entire league, as he could dominate the game in multiple ways, either with his tremendous scoring or with his all-time great facilitating. He led the Pistons to back-to-back championships in 1989 and in 1990. But his individual best came in 1985, when he averaged a league-leading 21 points, near 14 assists, and 2.3 steals on 46% shooting from the field. Simply put, he's one of the greatest ball handlers and playmakers that the game of basketball has ever seen, making him the perfect candidate to lead this ultimate squad. Starting as shooting guard is the 6'3" Hall of Famer Joe Dumars. Although he played for the bad boy Pistons, Dumars was a bit of an outlier from the standpoint that he was a quiet and reserved personality. He was a guy who let his game do the talking, and unlike many of his teammates at that time, Dumars was basically never accused of being a dirty player. Like his backcourt teammate Isaiah Thomas, Dumars had a solid handle on the basketball, and he was a consistent two-way threat, as he usually averaged around 20 points per game during his prime, while being an NBA All-Defender, which is an honor he earned 5 times with the Pistons. Starting at small forward is one of the biggest what-if players of all time, Grant Hill. This 6'8" wing had it all. He was an amazing scorer, he was tremendously skilled with his footwork and fundamentals, he was always a triple-double threat, and many would even go as far as saying that he had the it factor, as he was constantly being referred to as the next Michael Jordan. Significant injuries kept him from reaching his full potential, but even before that decline began, he was still an all-time great player. For example, in the 1996 season, he led all players in All-Star votes, even ahead of Michael Jordan during the Bulls' historic 72-10 season. That year, he averaged 20 points, 10 rebounds, and 7 assists while hitting 46% of his shots. He'll be a nightmare assignment regardless of who the Pistons are playing in this series. Starting at power forward is the 6'9" defensive dynamo Ben Wallace. Technically, he spent most of his playing days at the center position, but a good portion of his career was also spent at the 4 spot. And considering how this franchise is overloaded with great centers, Big Ben will make a better fit at power forward. Now, he didn't have many skills as an offensive player, but outside of that, he exceeded in just about every aspect. He's tied for the most DPOYs in NBA history with a total of 4, and he was always among the league leaders in both blocks and steals per game. His individual best was in 2002, when he averaged nearly 8 points, a league-leading 13 rebounds, 1.7 steals, and a league-leading 3.5 blocks on 53% shooting. Now, he is a liability from the free throw line, which is putting it lightly, as he has the worst career free throw percentage in NBA history. So unfortunately, he probably won't be in the closing lineup during the final minutes of fourth quarters. But regardless, his impact will be tremendously felt in every contest. Starting at center is the 6'11" star Bob Lanier. Despite the fact that he was a 250-pound beast, Lanier was incredibly quick and would often beat his man to the rim. He He was an 8-time All-Star and was a constant double-double machine during his playing days. In fact, over his 14-year career, he averaged 20 points and 10 rebounds, which is impressive production for a single season, but for an entire career of that length is almost unheard of. Alongside of Ben Wallace, Detroit will likely be winning the Battle of the Boards almost every night. Now on to the second unit. The backup point guard is the 2004 Finals MVP, Chauncey Billups. During his prime, this guy was known as Mr. Big Shot, and for obvious reasons, as he was one of the most clutch players in the entire league. On defense, he was very intelligent and was honored twice as an All-Defender. On offense, he was a solid playmaker and was one of the most effective three-point shooters in the entire league, which will be a massive help to this squad that's in dire need of floor spacing. At his individual best in 2006, he averaged 18 points and nearly 9 assists on 42% shooting and a lethal 43% from three-point range. Between Thomas and Billups, there will always be a championship-leading floor general on the court. The backup shooting guard is the 6'6" All-Star Richard Hamilton. There wasn't anything too flashy or exciting about this player, as he was simply a fundamentally sound mid-range artist, who provided just the right amount of offense needed to help his Pistons win the championship. During his best years in Detroit, he was usually averaging around 20 points, while keeping opposing defenses honest. He'll blend right into the second unit with pre-existing chemistry with Billups. The backup small forward is the 6'6" Hall of Famer Dave DeBusschere. Throughout the 1960s, Dave was a reliable two-way threat who made an outstanding total of 6 All-Defense teams. He was an All-Star for 3 straight seasons with Detroit, and at his best in 1968, he averaged about 18 points and 13 rebounds on 44% shooting. On one end of the court, he had a reliable 15 to 20 foot jumper, and on the other end, he was a tough, grit and grind type of player who will do a fantastic job of harassing his assignment on a nightly basis. The backup power forward is the one they call the Worm, Dennis Rodman. He was quicker, slimmer, and a more athletic version of himself in Detroit. Simply put, he was one of the greatest on-ball defenders in the history of the game, as he won the Defensive Player of the Year in back-to-back seasons as a Piston. And as you all know, his rebounding was pretty darn good too. As the backup to Ben Wallace, they'll likely be the most terrifying defensive rotation in this entire series. The backup center is the notorious big man, Bill Laimbeer. As many of you know, this guy had the reputation of being a physical enforcer who would often push things too far. But beyond that, he was actually a pretty solid basketball player. He made 4 All-Star teams with the Detroit Pistons, and was constantly among the league leaders in rebounds per game. He was also one of the first stretch 5 players that the game has seen, as you couldn't give him much space on the perimeter or he would make you pay for it. At his best in the 85-86 season, he averaged nearly 17 points and a league-leading 13.1 rebounds on 49% shooting from the field. Regardless of the era he plays in, Bill will have the skills to fit in quite nicely. Now on to the 3 rotation players. The first is the 6'9" small forward Tayshaun Prince. This lengthy player was the guy who typically had the assignment of guarding the best 2s and 3s in the entire league. And he was fantastic at it, as he famously caused problems in the playoffs for guys like Kobe Bryant and Tracy McGrady. He made a total of 4 All-Defense teams in Detroit, and at his individual best in 2005, he averaged nearly 15 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists while hitting nearly 49% of his shots. The second rotation player is the 6'9" center Larry Faust. During the NBA's infancy in the 1950s, this guy was an absolute superstar, as he was usually among the league leaders in scoring, rebounding, and field goal percentage. As a big man with fundamentals and court vision that was ahead of his time, he'll be making a decent impact off the bench. The third rotation player and the last spot on this roster goes to the 6'6" wing Jerry Stackhouse. On a squad that's loaded with great defensive players, Stack will be subbing in as a walking bucket. The prime of his career was short-lived, but at his best in Detroit, he was battling guys like Kobe Bryant and Allen Iverson for the league's scoring crown. In 2001, he averaged nearly 30 points, 5 assists, and 4 rebounds, while making about 40% of his shots. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Pistons team. The theme of this squad is rather clear to anyone who knows basketball, and that's defense. When you combine the bad boy Detroit Pistons with the 2004 championship squad, you have the recipe for one of the most terrifying and suffocating defenses that could ever be constructed on paper. If there's one weakness on this squad, it's their three-point shooting. And to be quite honest, it's a pretty glaring one. Outside of Billups, there just isn't many deadly shooters on this squad. And that's just the reality of the Pistons franchise throughout the years. This team will make a strong effort to give the game a more old-school tone, with a slower pace and a more physically minded approach. And hopefully for them, that'll make up for their lack of perimeter shooting. Here's my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the roster instead? Starting at point guard is the 6-foot champion Kyle Lowry. To some people, he's considered as the greatest Raptor in franchise history, and it's understandable why some people feel that way, as he spent many years in Toronto, was a 6-time All-Star with the team, and was their starting floor general during their championship run in 2019. If I had to use one word to describe Lowry, it would be simply solid, as he was a reliable scorer, an above-average three-point shooter, and a smart decision maker who was careful with the basketball. At his best in 2016, he finished in the top 10 of MVP voting, as he averaged 21 points, 6 assists, 5 rebounds, and 2 steals on 43% shooting. Starting as shooting guard is the one known as half-man, half-amazing Vince Carter. During his prime, he could do just about everything offensively. As he was crazy athletic, he had a terrific handle of the basketball, he was great at finishing around the rim, he was an awesome mid-range shooter, and he was a lethal three-point shooter. Since his prime occurred in his early 20s, I think many people have forgotten just how good he was, as he was briefly in the conversation for the title of the best player in the game. At his very peak in 2001, he averaged about 27 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists, while hitting 46% of his shots, and a tremendous 41% from three-point range. He was also one of the most clutch shot makers of his era, which will make him a solid go-to option for this Ultimate team late in fourth quarters. Starting as small forward is the two-way superstar Kawhi Leonard. He only spent one season with a franchise, but without question, it was his best basketball that he's ever produced, as he led the Raptors to their only championship in franchise history, while securing the Finals MVP. Although he was good in the 2019 regular season, he was absolutely legendary in those playoffs, as he averaged 30 points, 9 rebounds, and 4 assists on 49% shooting from the field. Thanks to the tremendous support of this all-time squad, Kawhi will be able to focus a bit more of his energy on the defensive end of the floor, which is a luxury he didn't really have at that time. Starting at power forward is the 6'11 Hall of Famer Chris Bosh. Don't let the revisionist history fool you. Bosh was not simply some role player during his prime, but rather he was a legitimate NBA superstar who even finished as high as 7th in the MVP voting in 2007. That year, he averaged nearly 23 points, 11 rebounds, and 1.3 blocks, on roughly 50% shooting from the field. Even at his size, he had remarkable quickness, and was often able to beat his man to the rim. He also had an extremely soft touch on his mid-range pull-up jumper. He almost never had the luxury of an all-star level point guard feeding him the basketball. But now, with Kyle Lowry as a teammate on this all-time squad, he'll be getting some even easier opportunities around the rim. Starting at center is the 6'11 Lithuanian Jonas Valanciunas. At no point in his career would you describe him as a dominant big man, but at the very least, he was an efficient and reliable scorer, with some underrated offensive moves in the post. He was also great in pick and roll situations thanks to him being quicker on his feet than your average center. In 2018, he averaged about 13 points and 9 rebounds in just 22 minutes of action, and on a tremendous 56.8% shooting. With so many great scoring weapons in this starting lineup, he'll be able to focus more of his energy on rebounding and setting screens. Now on to the second unit. The backup point guard is the 5'10 Rookie of the Year winner, Damon Stoudemire. He's probably most well known for his time on the championship contending Portland Trailblazers. But the truth is, this quick and shifty guard was his very best in his early years with the Raptors. As I previously mentioned, he was the NBA's Rookie of the Year in 1996, finishing ahead of guys like Arvydas Sabonis, Jerry Stackhouse, and Kevin Garnett. In his second season, he averaged 20 points, 9 assists, and 1.5 steals, while making 40% of his shots. Behind Lowry, he'll be a tremendous spark off the bench as he leads the second unit with his quality playmaking ability. The backup shooting guard is the 6'6 All-Star DeMar DeRozan. In many ways, he seems like a superstar who was born in the wrong era, as he had the post game, the footwork, and the fadeaway jumper to be one of the best players in the 1990s. Beyond that, he was also an insane high flyer who was frequently making highlight-worthy finishes above the rim. In the 16-17 season, he was among the game's leading scorers, as he averaged 27 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists while making 47% of his attempts. He'll essentially guarantee that the flow of offense will continue when the second unit is substituted in. The backup small forward is the 6'8 sixth man, Tracy McGrady. As all knowledgeable basketball fans know, T-Mac didn't truly break out as a superstar until he left Toronto to sign with the Orlando Magic. But with that being said, you would still be incorrect if you assumed he wasn't effective with the Raptors. For example, in his third season with the team, he averaged about 15 points, 6 rebounds, and a whopping 1.9 blocks, while finishing third overall in the Sixth Man of the Year standings. Between McGrady and DeRozan, no defending centers will ever be safe, as the rim will constantly be under attack, featuring many highlight-worthy posters. The backup power forward is the 6'8 champion Pascal Siakam. His ascension in the NBA was extremely fast, as he finished in the top 7 for the NBA's Most Improved Player award in back-to-back seasons in 2019 and 2020. His individual best came in 2020, as he averaged 23 points and 7 rebounds while making 45% of his shots. As an athletic and lengthy slasher, Siakam will be helping his team win the battle of the points in the paint. The backup center is the 6'9 competitor Antonio Davis. He helped his Indiana Pacers be championship contenders in the 1990s, which is what he's most famous for. But if you ask me, he shined even brighter in Toronto, where his minutes increased and where he was able to experience his first and only All-Star season. It came in 2001, as he averaged about 14 points, 10 rebounds, and 2 blocks on 43% shooting. Up to this point, most of the players on this roster are all about skills and athleticism. But that's where Davis is different, as he was a more grit and grind type of player who didn't hesitate to get physical while fighting for rebounds. And he was definitely a willing enforcer on the defensive end of the court. Now on to the 3 rotation players. The first is the 6-foot combo guard, Fred VanVleet. This solid role player has demonstrated on multiple occasions that he performs his best when the games matter the most. He was a crucial contributor to their championship-winning team in 2019, and he only got better after that. In 2022, he earned an All-Star selection, while averaging 20 points, 7 assists, and 4 rebounds on 40% shooting from the field. He may have a hard time getting many minutes with so many quality guards on the roster, but with his solid 3-point shooting, he's been known to have an impact in a small amount of time. The second rotation player is the 6'6 wing, Doug Christie. You could argue that there are some more talented players who could have taken this spot, especially on the offensive end of the floor. But one thing this roster needs is a solid lockdown defender, and Christie was definitely that during his career. In the 96-97 season, he averaged 14 points and was second overall in steals per game, with an average of 2.5, which trailed only the great pickpocket Mookie Blaylock. With so many all-time great wings in this Ultimate Series, any team could use a defender like Christie to help improve their chances. The final roster spot goes to the 6'2" walking bucket Lou Williams. He won the Sixth Man of the Year 3 times in his career, and one of those instances was his lone season with the Raptors. That year, he averaged 15 points on roughly 40% shooting from the field. He wasn't a guy who did much on the court besides score, but if you needed a guy to come off the bench, get hot quickly, and make a run that could get your team back in the game, then Lou Williams is the player for you. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Raptors team. To be frank, I don't see this roster making the Ultimate playoffs in the Eastern Conference, as the competition is just a bit too fierce. Now that really isn't all that fair, seeing how the Raptors franchise has only existed since 1995, meaning they've had less time to acquire all-time talent. But from that perspective, I'm quite impressed that this team turned out as decent as they did. Scoring a bunch of mid-range buckets won't be an issue for this team, but they may have some struggles spreading the floor with so few three-point shooters, and their rim protection leaves a lot to be desired as well. Here's my list of honorable mentions, should any of these players have made the roster instead. Starting at point guard is arguably the greatest player ever under 6 feet tall, Calvin Murphy. This 5'9" Hall of Famer had the nickname Pocket Rocket, which was fitting as he was extremely dangerous as an offensive player. Even as a starting point guard, he was first and foremost a scorer. At his best in 1978, he averaged nearly 26 points on 49% shooting from the field. He was also one of the most lethal free throw shooters, not just of his era, but of NBA history, as he shot as high as 95.8% in the 80-81 season. He was quick, dazzling, and extremely aggressive when looking for his own shot. Fortunately, that style will be complemented very well by his fellow playmaker in the backcourt. Starting at shooting guard is the 2018 League MVP James Harden. At his best, Harden was one of the greatest scorers that the game of basketball has ever seen, as he was deadly with his handle and with his step-back jumper. With his ability to bait defenders into fouling him, he'll also guarantee plenty of easy points for his Rockets from the free throw line. In 2019, he was an absolute monster, as he averaged a whopping 36 points, 7 assists, and nearly 7 rebounds on 44% shooting. Between Harden and Murphy, the starting backcourt should never have a difficult time producing points. Starting at small forward is the 6'8" superstar Tracy McGrady. As most of you know, the prime of his career was in Orlando, but you'd be wrong if you then assumed that he wasn't still dangerous in Houston. As a Rocket, McGrady had the historic comeback to defeat the Spurs, where he scored 13 points in just 33 seconds. He had the athleticism, the skills, and a fantastic shooting touch that made him one of the most complete players in the league. In his first season in Houston, he averaged about 26 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists on 43% shooting. This season-long performance was good enough for him to finish in the 7th spot of the MVP race. He'll provide this all-time group with a late-game closer when his team needs it. Starting at power forward is the 7'4" phenom Ralph Sampson. In many aspects, this giant unicorn was the Wembanyama before Wembanyama, in the sense that he was an incredibly long, lengthy player who was quite agile and who could handle the ball in transition. The sky was the limit for this star, but unfortunately, injury stunted his progression and kept him from reaching his full potential. Regardless, he was still pretty darn good in his youth. In 1985, he managed to earn some MVP votes, as he averaged 22 points, 10 rebounds, and 2 blocks, while making 50% of his shots. Alongside of Hakeem Olajuwon as a twin tower tandem, he led the Rockets to the NBA Finals in 1986, and he'll look to have similar success in this ultimate season. Starting at center is the one they call the Dream, Hakeem Olajuwon. Simply put, he was one of the greatest two-way players of league history, as he had GOAT-level footwork on offense while being one of the most terrifying rim protectors on defense. He did just about everything well, and during his prime, he nearly achieved 2 quadruple doubles in the span of just 1 month. In 1993, he averaged 26 points, 13 rebounds, 1.8 steals, and a league-leading 4.2 blocks on 53% shooting from the field. He's also one of the ultimate examples of a big game performer, as he won 2 NBA championships while consistently outplaying some of the best centers in the game. Regardless of who he's up against, the Dream will be a nightmare for the opposing big. Now on to the second unit. The backup point guard is the 6'3" All-Star Steve Francis. In his early years, he was a quick and explosive guard who seemed to have a world of success ahead of him. Although his prime didn't end up lasting very long, he was still elite in that short stint, as he made 3 All-Star teams, and in 2002, he averaged 22 points, 7 rebounds, and 6 assists on 44% shooting. He'll be an explosive spark off the bench, and he'll bring in a surge of energy and athleticism for the second unit. The backup shooting guard is none other than Clyde the Glide Drexler. During their 1995 championship run, Drexler operated as the trusty sidekick to Olajuwon, and the team enjoyed his tremendous athleticism, his ability to finish above the rim, and his solid three-point shooting. Drexler also had a knack for creating his own shot, which helped him get plenty of game-winning buckets. Due to this, he'll likely be on the court for the final few minutes of their games. With Houston in 1995, he put up a stat line of 21 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 assists while hitting nearly 51% of his attempts. The backup small forward is the lockdown defender Ron Artest. As Houston's leader in 2009, he led the Rockets to have far more success than anyone expected, as they pushed the eventual NBA champion Lakers to 7 games in the West semifinals. That year, he finished 5th overall in the Defensive Player of the Year race, while putting up an average of about 17 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists on 40% shooting and 40% from three-point range. If McGrady is ever struggling to contain his defensive assignment, then Artest will come in and begin shutting down the opposition as he usually does. The backup power forward is the 6'9" Hall of Famer Elvin Hayes. He was certainly an elite scorer and rebounder, but he was also an NBA All-Defender twice in his career. With bigs ahead of him like Sampson and Olajuwon, he'll certainly have to fight to earn his minutes. But considering how injuries are always a concern for Sampson, Elvin may be filling that void quite often with the starting lineup. The backup center is arguably the most underrated center in NBA history, Moses Malone. Having Moses come off the bench seems like complete insanity, but that's what happens when you share the same franchise as the great Hakeem Olajuwon. Moses will ensure that the painted area will never miss a beat, as Malone is not only a great scorer and a solid defender, but he's also the greatest offensive rebounder in NBA history, as he's the game's all-time leader in that category by quite a significant margin. In his 1982 MVP campaign, he averaged 31 points, a league-leading 14.7 rebounds, and 1.5 blocks on 52% shooting from the field. With Hakeem and Moses at the center position, there will never be a time where the Rockets aren't making noise in the paint. Now on to the 3 rotation players. The first is the all-time great passer, Chris Paul. The players ahead of him at the position are Calvin Murphy and Stevie Franchise, who are 2 guys who look mostly to score for themselves. But if a pure point guard's impact is ever what's needed, then CP3 will make a tremendous substitution. Alongside of James Harden, he led his Rockets to be legitimate title contenders in 2018. And that year, he averaged nearly 19 points, 8 assists, and 5 rebounds, while making 46% of his attempts. The second rotation player is the 7'6" Hall of Famer Yao Ming. He was a graceful and elegant player who had a soft mid-range jumper, and he had a tremendous hook shot as well. He struggled to play a ton of minutes in his career, as his feet and knee issues were continuously laboring him. But on this squad, he won't have to, considering how he's backing up Olajuwon and Malone. Regardless, whenever he's called upon, Yao will be a sure thing on offense, with his sound fundamentals and with his smart decision making. The last spot on this roster goes to the all-time great power forward Charles Barkley. Without question, the round mound of rebound was certainly better in his time with Philadelphia and Phoenix. But people are usually too quick to assume that he wasn't still effective with the Rockets, and that certainly wasn't the case. In his first season with Houston, he was an NBA All-Star, as he averaged 19 points, a whopping 13.5 rebounds, which was second in the league only behind Dennis Rodman. It might not be the best version of Sir Charles, but it doesn't have to be in order for him to bully around third-string players. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Rockets team. As I expected, this team is absolutely stacked. Their greatest strength is the painted area, as the 4 and 5 spot have an intimidating rotation of all-time great bigs. With this group, they'll basically never lose the battle of the boards. The one major concern is that there's a lot of players on this squad who are injury prone, so the key for them is staying healthy. But if they do, they'll almost certainly be a top 4 seed in the Western Conference. Outside of the Ultimate Lakers, is there any West team deeper than these Rockets? Let me know below. Also, here is my list of honorable mentions, should any of these players have made the roster instead. Starting at point guard is the proven and underrated veteran Tony Parker. He was never universally seen as the best point guard in the NBA, but at least for a while he was narrowly in the conversation. He wasn't a high flyer and he wasn't the most explosive player, but he was a guy who quietly did a variety of things well. He was a quality facilitator, a smart decision maker, a solid mid-range shooter, a clutch performer, and one of the very best at finishing around the rim. At his individual best in 2009, he averaged 22 points, 7 assists, and 3 rebounds, while making nearly 51% of his attempts. With this Finals MVP at the helm, the Ultimate Spurs will be in good hands. Starting as shooting guard is the one they call the Iceman, George Gervin. Simply put, this 6'7" wing was one of the greatest scorers of all time, as he led the league in points per game 4 times, which is tied with Kevin Durant for the 3rd most of all time. He got as high as 33 points per game in 1980, and was shooting nearly 53% from the field while doing it. He was nearly unstoppable in the painted area, as he had a tremendous layup package, and he also had an absolutely iconic finger roll, which he used with regularity. He'll ensure that the starting offense will never struggle to produce. Starting at small forward is the 6'7" two-way threat Kawhi Leonard. His time in San Antonio was where he was at his defensive best, as his talented supporting cast allowed him to focus more of his energy and effort on that end of the court. He won 2 DPOY awards with the Spurs, and was even the Finals MVP in 2014. As time went on, he developed into a legitimate two-way superstar, and at his best in 2017, he averaged 25 points, 6 rebounds, and 2 steals on 48% shooting. He was also hitting 38% of his three-point attempts, and that ability will help spread the floor for the starting unit. Starting at power forward is the greatest Spur of all time, Tim Duncan. The big fundamental is the standard of excellence at the position, as he was an extremely consistent threat on both ends of the court. Duncan is the perfect kind of player for this Ultimate Series, as his team-first mentality will blend exceptionally well with these fellow superstars. He's a 5-time champion and a 2-time league MVP. Without a doubt, his career peak was in 2003, where he went on to have one of the greatest final series of all time, where he had this jaw-dropping average over a 6-game series. This 6'11" legend will be providing more bank shots and more block shots than most opposing teams can handle. Starting at center is the 7'1" Admiral David Robinson. I truly believe most people overlook just how good this two-way tower was. Duncan and Robinson were a championship-winning twin tower tandem, but now, on this ultimate team, they'll both be in their primes. At Robinson's best, he was arguably the game's top defender, one of the strongest players, was fierce in transition, and had a dangerous mid-range jumper. In 1994, he led the league in scoring, while averaging nearly 30 points, 11 rebounds, 5 assists, and over 3 blocks, on 51% shooting. He was such a good all-around player that he was able to carry the Spurs roster when they were not nearly as talented. But he'll be even more dangerous on this ultimate roster, as he'll be able to channel his skills to the specific areas where they're needed. Now on to the second unit. The backup point guard is the 6'6" All-Star Manu Ginobili. I know, I'm fully aware that he spent his entire career designated as a 2 guard. But the thing is, the second unit has 2 all-time great shooting guards. And for me, Manu is the one who suits the point guard position well. Nowadays, people sometimes refer to Manu as the prototype to James Harden. And from that aspect, I think he can do well at the point as well. He had a terrific handle of the basketball, he was great at reading defenses, and he was an incredible distributor. He'll be right at home coming off the bench, as he was the 6th Man of the Year winner in 2008. That year, he averaged 19 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists in only 31 minutes of action. He'll also give the team another perimeter threat, as he made 40% of his 3-point shots. The backup shooting guard is the 6'4" All-Star Alvin Robertson. This athletic legend was a stat-stuffing machine, as he's one of the 4 players who achieved a quadruple-double, and he's also one of the greatest pickpockets of all time. His defense was suffocating to opposing players, and in his sophomore season, at only the age of 23, he was named the league's Defensive Player of the Year. He was also the most improved player that season, as he played all 82 games and averaged 17 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, and a jaw-dropping 3.7 steals, which is still the highest single-season average in NBA history. To be honest, this guy is good enough to challenge even Tony Parker and George Gervin for the starting minutes. The backup small forward is the 6'8" shooter Sean Elliott. This all-star was a deadly combination between an athletic slasher and a spot-up shooter. He's famous for one of the most clutch three-pointers in San Antonio Spurs history, but he was also a major contributor for many contending Spurs teams. In 1996, he was second on the team in scoring, as he averaged 20 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists on nearly 47% shooting and 41% from three-point range. The backup power forward is the one known as the Worm, Dennis Rodman. This stint was between his championship years with the Detroit Pistons and the Chicago Bulls, and it's no secret that Rodman's time in San Antonio was riddled with off-the-court drama. So that will be a question mark for this team. But outside of that, he was still the same all-time great player, and many people seem to forget that. In 1994, he played 79 games while leading the league in rebounds per game, averaging a monstrous 17.3 per night. He also finished 6th overall in the Defensive Player of the Year race. With veteran and championship experience all over this roster, it's very likely that he would mesh better in the players in this scenario with San Antonio. The backup center is the 7'4" phenom Victor Wembanyama. I know he's still very early in his career, but there's absolutely zero question on whether or not he's talented enough to make this roster. At the time I'm making this video, he's averaging about 20 points, 10 rebounds, and over 3 blocks in less than 30 minutes per game. As talented as he is on the offensive end, his greatest gift may be his insane rim protection, as his length, Height and agility allow him to cover more ground than 99% of NBA players. He'll be a strong substitution for either David Robinson or Tim Duncan. Now on to the 3 rotation players. The first is one of the greatest wing defenders in franchise history, Bruce Bowen. This 6'7" forward was one of the ideal 3-and-D players of his era, as he was always knocking down shots from the corner while consistently making life difficult for guys like Kobe Bryant, Tracy McGrady, Vince Carter, and LeBron James. He was never an all-star, but he's a guy who knows his role and excels at it, and from that standpoint, he's the quintessential San Antonio Spur. The second rotation player is the athletic 6'6" wing DeMar DeRozan, who has solid footwork and excellent fundamentals. Some of the most efficient seasons of his career were in San Antonio, and in 2020, he averaged 22 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists on a tremendous 53% shooting. He'll be a solid spark off the bench whenever he's called upon. The third rotation player and the last spot on this roster goes to the 6'11" big man LaMarcus Aldridge. As a post player with a soft jumper, he'll bring a more finesse approach, but he'll also provide some necessary depth in the painted area. He was an NBA All-Star in 2018 when he put up averages of 23 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 assists while making 51% of his shots. He won't get a tremendous amount of minutes with the bigs ahead of him, but he can certainly be effective in a small amount of time. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Spurs team. The defense of this group is amazing, not just on the interior, but on the perimeter as well. They're an extremely well-balanced group who can excel in a variety of areas, including three-point shooting, mid-range shooting, ball movement, ball protection, and rebounding. For me, this should be a top 4 or top 5 team in the West, as nothing really stands out to me as an immediate glaring weakness. Here is my long list of honorable mentions, should any of these players have made the roster instead. Starting at point guard is the famous leader of the 7-second offense, Steve Nash. This back-to-back MVP winner was so ahead of his time, as he was a floor general who pushed the tempo to a pace that was considered insane in the mid-2000s. He was one of the most efficient players in NBA history, as he has the most 50-40-90 seasons of all time. Not only was he a quick decision maker with seemingly eyes in the back of his head, but he was also an all-time great three-point shooter who would hit them with regularity in transition. At his best in 2006, he averaged roughly 19 points, 10.5 assists, and 4 rebounds on stunning efficiency splits. The one major weakness of his game was his defense, as he didn't have the lateral speed to stay in front of the quicker point guards, so he'll certainly need help in that regard. But outside of that, he's the perfect candidate to lead this ultimate all-time group. Starting at shooting guard is the 6'6" scorer Devin Booker. He's a talented weapon who has the ability to score from just about anywhere on the court, but alongside of a prime Steve Nash, he'll be even better. In 2022, Booker finished 4th overall in the MVP race, while averaging roughly 27 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists. As a solid three-point shooter, he'll create plenty of floor space, which makes him an ideal teammate for his point guard. When plays break down, he'll be more than capable at making opportunities for himself, as he has the ball handling and the fundamentals to punish opposing defenders on a regular basis. Starting at small forward is the 7-foot assassin Kevin Durant. Simply put, he's one of the greatest scorers in the history of the game, who has the skills and the versatility to fit in a variety of systems. He's enjoyed being a part of some fantastic offenses, but this may be the very best, as efficient shooters like Booker and Nash will create plenty of open shots for KD, not to mention Nash's elite ability to find Durant the instant he's open. As always, he'll be a nightmare to defend for opposing wings. With his length and experience, Durant will provide some much-needed defensive value to this starting unit, making him a rather obvious choice for this starting selection. Starting at power forward is the round mound of rebound, Charles Barkley. This absolute bulldozer was on the tail end of his prime in Phoenix, and he was actually the league's MVP winner in 1993, as he averaged nearly 26 points, 12 rebounds, and 5 assists on 52% shooting. He was an intimidating combination of speed, strength, and athleticism, and thanks to these attributes, he was a terrorizing force in transition, which makes him even a better fit for this group. Thanks to his dominating rebounding ability, he'll provide plenty of second chance opportunities for his perimeter shooting teammates. Starting at center is the 6'10" athletic beast, Amari Stoudemire. During his prime, he was a pick and roll monster, and with Steve Nash in this starting group, he'll continue to do so on this squad. For a guy who plays the 5 spot, he was especially dangerous at running the floor, as he was often the one finishing the highlight in transition. He had a decent mid-range jumper when given space, and with the teammates he's got, including a punishing Charles Barkley down low, he'll find plenty of instances where he's given some extra space. At his peak in 2008, he finished in the 6th spot of the MVP race, while averaging 25 points, 9 rebounds, and 2 blocks on a deadly 59% shooting from the field. Now on to the second unit. The backup point guard is another one of the all-time greats, Jason Kidd. Yes, he's most famous for his years in New Jersey, but I think many people forget just how good Jason Kidd was in his early years in Phoenix. He was a constant triple-double threat who was arguably the best passer the game had to offer. On top of that, he was an elite defensive player, as he could suffocate opposing guards with his on-ball defense, while also being among the league leaders in steals. He had a mesmerizing campaign in 1999, as he finished 5th in MVP voting and was selected to the NBA's first defensive team, while averaging roughly 17 points, 11 assists, 7 rebounds, and 2 steals on 44% shooting. Steve Nash better watch his back, as this guy is certainly capable of stealing the starting gig. The backup shooting guard is the 70s legend Paul Westphal. This 6'4" guard was the leader of a championship contender during his era, and at times he looked more like a modern perimeter player, as he had a fundamentally sound pull-up jumper, while being equipped with some of the best handles of his time. In 1978, he put up a stat line of 25 points, 5 assists, and nearly 2 steals on 52% shooting from the field. He'll definitely be a spark of dynamic offense when he's substituted in. The backup small forward is the one they call the Matrix, Shawn Marion. This 6'7" athlete was the Swiss Army knife of his team, as he filled the void in a variety of areas for his team. For one, he was one of the best wing defenders the game had to offer, as he was an annual Defensive Player of the Year candidate. He was also a tremendous rebounder and a transition threat. He had one of the ugliest jump shots that I've ever seen, but it worked for him, and at his best in 2006, he averaged 22 points, 12 rebounds, 2 steals, and nearly 2 blocks on 52% shooting. The backup power forward is one of the most underappreciated scorers of all time, Tom Chambers. This 6'10" high flyer was often posterizing opposing players. He was a big man who played the game like a smaller wing, as he could handle the rock, he could make plays for himself, and he had speed that could challenge just about anyone. In 1990, he led his Suns to 54 wins, while finishing among the MVP candidates. That season, he averaged 27 points and 7 rebounds, while hitting 50% of his shots. This star will be eating very well with the various all-time great facilitators on this roster. The backup center is the Diesel, Shaquille O'Neal. I think people are too quick to write off Shaq's time in Phoenix. Sure, he was hardly a factor in Cleveland and Boston, but I believe his full season in Phoenix was his last elite year in the NBA. In the 08-09 season, he played 75 games, while averaging 18 points and 8 rebounds, on a league-leading 61% shooting from the field. He was an all-star and made the league's 3rd All-NBA team, and was still an above-average rim protector. In fewer minutes behind Stoudemire, he'll be fresh and ready to dominate in the short time he's out there. Now on to the 3 rotation players. The first is yet another incredible floor general, Kevin Johnson. This guy was the Suns' second best player during their finals run in 1993, and he was a dual threat, as he could either explode as the game's top scorer, or he could completely control the game as the top distributor. Sometimes it was a little bit of both. Despite being only 6'1", he was remarkably explosive and could finish above the rim, in a way that was similar to a prime Derrick Rose. He's one of the few players in NBA history to average at least 20 points and 12 assists in the same season. And with a rotation of Nash, Kidd, and Johnson at the point guard, there will never be a time where the Suns won't have an elite floor general to orchestrate the offense. The second rotation player is the 6'8" forward Connie Hawkins. This Hall of Famer had great ball control thanks to his massive hands. And not only was he a fundamentally sound player with a solid mid-range jump shot, but he was also one of the best finishers around the rim during his era. In 1970, he averaged nearly 25 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 assists, while making 49% of his shots. This squad won't be hurting for any scoring, but this guy will ensure that that flow of offense won't stop once he's substituted in. The third rotation player and the last spot on this roster goes to the 6'6" wing, Dan Marley. Thunder Dan was one of the elite 3-and-D players of the 90s, as he was an NBA All-Defender while being a dangerous sniper who was lethal as far as 30 feet out. You can certainly argue that there's more talented players worthy of this spot, but Marley is the kind of specialist that will fit well with this team, since it highly emphasizes transition shooting and floor spacing. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Suns team. I imagine the squad will run things like a more talented version of the Suns in the mid-2000s, in the sense that they'll be scoring an insane amount of points with their elite transition shooting and with their dangerous pick-and-roll basketball. If I'm being honest, I wouldn't be surprised if this team ended up leading the Ultimate League in scoring. If there's a weakness, it's in the paint, as Amari Stoudemire plays more like a power forward at times, and Shaq was solid but well past his prime. Do you think this Suns team can make noise in the Ultimate West playoffs? Let me know below. Also, here is my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the roster instead? Starting at point guard is the one known as the Glove, Gary Payton. This 6'4" star was one of the greatest defensive players of all time, as he won the DPOY award in 1996. And made a grand total of 9 all-defense teams throughout his career. Not only was he usually among the league leaders in steals per game, but he was also known for simply frustrating opposing guards with his smothering tendencies, often forcing them into bad shots or bad passes. But he was so much more than just a great defensive player, as Gary was a massive force on offense. He was a great distributor and a solid decision maker in transition, and was simply one of the greatest lob passers that the game has ever seen. At his statistical best in 2000, he averaged about 24 points, 9 assists, 6 rebounds, and 2 steals, on 45% shooting from the field. He'll be the perfect leader to set the tone for this group. Starting as shooting guard is the talented MVP candidate, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. SGA is currently dominating the modern game, thanks to his efficient and explosive scoring. As the primary shooter in the backcourt, he'll allow Payton to focus even more of his energy on the defensive end of the court. In the 2022-2023 season, he averaged about 31 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists on tremendous efficiency splits. He finished that season in the 5th spot of the MVP race, as it appears this young superstar is only getting better from here on out. Starting as small forward is one of the all-time greats, Kevin Durant. This 7-foot sniper can score at will, from seemingly anywhere on the court. He won 4 scoring titles in OKC, and his lone MVP happened in 2014. where he averaged 32 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists on strong shooting splits. He'll help spread the floor with his elite three-point shooting, but he'll also be a solid option in the final few minutes where clutch baskets are needed. With the glove as the facilitator, KD will enjoy some of the easiest looks he's ever had. Starting at power forward is the 6'8" Hall of Famer Spencer Haywood. In his days with the Supersonics, he was an annual MVP candidate, as he was a skilled player who was way ahead of his time. In his bag of tricks was solid footwork, a very quick first step, and he was a fantastic finisher with either hand. He was also simultaneously a dominant scorer and rebounder, and in 1973 he averaged 29 points and 13 rebounds on 47% shooting. He'll fit in quite nicely with this starting unit, as he's a very solid off-ball player, but is also more than capable of creating opportunities for himself. Starting at center is the Rain Man, Shawn Kemp. Technically, he spent most of his time in Seattle as a power forward, but he does have experience at center, and based on the needs of this team, that's where he's best suited. This 6'10" big was one of the most explosive players of all time, as he often attacked the rim like it had insulted his mother. For me, he was the very definition of a power dunker, and alongside of Gary Payton, he was the guy who was typically on the receiving end of many highlight-worthy alley-oops. He made 6 All-Star teams and was a solid scorer and rebounder. In 1996, he averaged roughly 20 points and 11 rebounds on 56% shooting from the field. As always, he'll be an absolute force in transition plays. Now on to the second unit. The backup point guard is the 2017 MVP, Russell Westbrook. At his best, this guy had a relentless motor, as he regularly filled up the stat sheet and was setting many records along the way. With a completely different style from Gary Payton, Westbrook will be a huge change of pace when he subs in with the second unit. In many ways, he's the ideal leader for that second unit, in the sense that he'll bring in a major boost of energy and offense to continue the momentum. In his MVP campaign, he led the league in scoring while averaging nearly 32 points, 11 rebounds, and 10 assists on 42% shooting. The backup shooting guard is the precision artist, Ray Allen. Simply put, he's one of the select few greatest three-point shooters in NBA history. But what a lot of people fail to realize is that he was so much more than just that, as Allen was a legitimate all-around superstar in his prime. He was fast, with a solid handle, and had the hops to finish thunderously at the rim. In 2006, he averaged 25 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists while making 45% of his shots and 41% of his three-point attempts. As a clutch shooter and as a lethal floor spacer, he might just challenge SGA for some of the starting minutes. The backup small forward is the 6'8" wing, Paul George. PG-13's peak in OKC was so much better than many people remember. In 2019, he finished 3rd in the MVP race and 3rd in the DPOY race, while averaging 28 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists, and a league-leading 2.2 steals on 44% shooting. He's also a legitimate threat from distance, as he hit 39% of his three-point attempts during his time in OKC, which continues the theme of this roster so far, which is solid floor spacing. As a legit wing defender, George will be a valuable asset, considering the all-time great wings that he'll be competing against in this Ultimate League. The backup power forward is one of the more underappreciated players, Tom Chambers. This 6'10" power forward played the game more like a small forward at times, as he could handle the rock and create opportunities for himself. He was an incredible above-the-rim player, as he was dangerous in the open court and had speed that few could replicate at his size. At his Seattle best in 1987, he averaged 23 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 assists on 46% shooting from the field. He has the talent and the abilities to battle Spencer Haywood for the starting spot. The backup center is the 6'11" Hall of Famer Jack Sikma. He was known as one of the first centers who could occasionally step out and hit three-point shots. Beyond that, he was solid on the boards and loved to go to work in the post, as his extremely high release point on his shot made it near impossible to contest. He was a major contributor to the Sonics championship team in 1979, but his individual best came in 1982, when he averaged nearly 20 points and 13 rebounds on 48% shooting. Now on to the three rotation players. The first is the 6'4" guard Dennis Johnson. He may be most famous for his time with the Celtics dynasty, but if you ask me, his best basketball was easily in Seattle, where he won the Finals MVP on the 1979 championship team. In his heyday, he was one of the best two-way players that the league had to offer, as he was regularly assigned to guard the best wing scorers in the league. In 1980, he averaged 19 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists on 42% shooting. His veteran leadership and experience will be a massive benefit to this team. The second rotation player is the 6'7" sharpshooter Dale Ellis. When Larry Bird was constantly winning the three-point shootouts, Dale Ellis was usually the runner-up, as he was one of the best snipers that the game had to offer. Beyond that, he was an elite scorer in general, and in 1989, he averaged 27 points and 4 rebounds while shooting 50% from the field and an absurd 48% from three-point range, while being second in the league in three-pointers attempted. Defenders would be foolish to give him any space on the perimeter. The third rotation player and the final spot on this roster goes to the 6'11" all-defender Serge Ibaka. Now you can argue that there's more talented players who deserved a spot, but as usual, I like to fill the last roster spot with whatever the team needs the most, and in this case, it's rim protection. He led the league in blocked shots on back-to-back seasons, and in 2012, he averaged 3.7 in only 27 minutes, while finishing second overall in the Defensive Player of the Year race. If Kemp or Sigma are ever struggling to lock down the painted area, then Ibaka will make a proper substitution. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Thunder and Sonics team. I really like the way this team panned out. They have almost everything, as they have an array of shooters and floor spacers. They have some clutch bucket getters, some dangerous slashers, and some strong perimeter defenders. The one thing that's somewhat lacking is rim protection. Ibaka saves that a little bit with my final pick, but still, it's not the most intimidating rotation compared to the other rosters in this series. Do you think this Ultimate team would make the West playoffs? Let me know below. Also, here is my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the roster instead? Starting at point guard is the talented 6'2" star Stephon Marbury. Marbury was a dangerous dual threat, as he was a solid scorer and a flashy facilitator. He had the ball on a string, equipped with a nasty crossover dribble that very few defenders could keep up with. He made the NBA second rookie team, but his best year with Minnesota was in his sophomore season, where he averaged roughly 18 points, 9 assists, and 3 rebounds. Not only was Marbury a fantastic finisher around the basket, but he was great at hitting off-balance shots in general. He'll be providing plenty of excitement and energy for this underdog franchise. Starting at shooting guard is the 6'4" modern star Anthony Edwards, and is looking like he's on his way to being one of the future faces of the league. In only his early 20s, he's already displaying his ability to take over games both offensively and defensively, as he's one of the best shot-blocking perimeter players the league has to offer. In the 22-23 season, at only the age of 21, he averaged about 25 points, 6 rebounds, and 4 assists on 46% shooting from the field. He'll be a solid go-to option for this squad. Starting at small forward is the 6'7" competitor Jimmy Butler. As we all know, Butler's time in Minnesota was surrounded by drama due to all the butting heads. But on this all-time squad, he'll be surrounded by some like-minded competitors in the starting group, so it may not be as much of an issue. As you all know, he's one of the best two-way players that the game has to offer. And at his Minnesota best in 2018, he averaged 22 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 steals on 47% shooting. As usual, he'll be a solid go-to weapon when the games matter the most. Starting at power forward is the big ticket Kevin Garnett. His lone championship may have come in Boston, but there's no question that his individual prime was in Minnesota, where he was the 2004 MVP in a season where he led his team in every major stat category. He was not only one of the greatest defenders ever, but he was one of the best defensive leaders of all time, and that intensity and energy should rub off on this starting group. He also led the NBA in rebounding for 4 straight seasons, so he'll be providing plenty of second chance opportunities for this group as well. Starting at center is another all-time great defender, Rudy Gobert. He continues to be an annual Defensive Player of the Year candidate, as his rim protection is consistently elite. He's also been a top-tier rebounder and will be a quality lob pass option for Marbury as well. In his first full season with the Wolves, he averaged 13 points, 12 rebounds, and 1.5 blocks on 66% shooting. With his interior defensive impact, this starting group will have quite the all-around defensive resume heading into this ultimate season. Now on to the second unit. The backup point guard is the one known as Sam I Am, Sam Cassell. This 6'3" floor general was a 3-time champion and was quite the journeyman throughout his career. With that being said, his lone All-Star season came in Minnesota, where he helped lead the Wolves all the way to the Western Conference Finals. That season, he averaged 20 points, 7 assists, and 3 rebounds. He was also known for his clutch plays, and as far as I know, he was the guy who started the big balls dance in the NBA. He'll ensure that the second unit will be in good hands. The backup shooting guard is the 6'5" high flyer Isaiah Rider. JR was quite the slasher, who had an amazing hesitation dribble. He also used his solid crossover to leave defenders in the dust. Beyond the fact that he famously dropped the East Bay dunk in the NBA dunk contest, he was also just a thunderous finisher in general. He'll be a solid spark of offense off the bench, as he averaged north of 20 points per game in 1995. The backup small forward is the 6'7" weapon Andrew Wiggins. He won the Rookie of the Year award in his debut season, and it seemed that the sky was the limit with his tremendous offensive skills. Although he never quite reached his full potential, he was still quite dangerous at his best, and in 2017 he played all 82 games, while averaging 24 points and 4 rebounds on 45% shooting. In the second unit, behind some solid wings, he'll have the opportunity to unleash his best in the few minutes he's out there. The backup power forward is the 6'8" All-Star Kevin Love. Many young fans don't know just how good this guy was with the Wolves, as he was an elite scorer, a 3-point sniper, and an all-time great rebounder. He was also one of the all-time great outlet passers, which will mix nicely with all the athletic, up-tempo players on this roster. He even finished as high as 6th on the MVP rankings, and in that 2012 season, he averaged 26 points and 13 rebounds while making 45% of his shots. Garnett will have the starting position on lock, but Love will earn his own fair share of minutes. The backup center is the 7-foot scorer Karl Anthony Towns. If the team is ever struggling to produce offense from the center position, then Cat will make a proper substitution for Gobert. He's simply one of the greatest 3-point shooting bigs in the history of the game, as he shot a career 40% from that distance. He's not the most grit and grind type of player, but he knows how to get a bucket, and in 2017, he averaged about 25 points and 12 rebounds while making 54% of his shots. Now on to the 3 rotation players. The first is the 6'3" point guard D'Angelo Russell. He's always been a solid dual threat, but his best seasons as a facilitator came with the Wolves, and that will be crucial considering how there's so many scoring-minded players on this roster. In 2022, D'Lo averaged 18 points, 7 assists, and 3 rebounds. He won't be asked to do much behind Marbury and Cassell, but he'll be effective in the small moments he's out there. The second rotation player is the 6'7" small forward Wally Szczerbiak. In the early to mid-2000s, he was the team's second best player behind Kevin Garnett, and he had an impact by being a legit floor spacer. He was an NBA All-Star in 2002, when he put up 19 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists, while making 51% of his shots, and a lethal 45% of his three-point attempts. Based on this team's needs, he might earn some extra minutes, simply for his off-ball catch-and-shoot ability. The third rotation player and the last spot on this roster is the 6'10" big man Al Jefferson. He was one of the more underrated bigs of his era, as he was a consistent 2010 guy who just didn't get the shine. In 2008, he finished 4th for the Most Improved Player award, while averaging about 21 points, 11 rebounds, and 1.5 blocks on 50% shooting. With his fundamental and traditional style, he'll be a reliable substitution when he's called upon. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Timberwolves team. Considering how this franchise is statistically the most losing franchise in NBA history, and considering how this franchise has only been around since 1989, I'm actually surprised that this roster turned out as decent as it did. The starting 5 is quite the defensively minded group, which should keep them in some games. But relatively, I don't think they'll have the overall depth to make the playoffs in the West. Am I wrong? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. Also, here is my list of honorable mentions, should any of these players have made the roster instead. Starting at point guard is the franchise's all-time leading scorer, Damian Lillard. With Lillard at the helm, Portland will have one of the greatest floor spacers in basketball history as their floor general. Not only is he dangerous from 30 feet out, but he's also an explosive scorer, who's more than capable of taking over games offensively. He's also one of the most clutch players in basketball history, as he's famously made many iconic game winners throughout his impressive career. In the 2023 season, Lillard averaged 32 points, 7 assists, and 5 rebounds, while making 46% of his shots. Now he is a defensive liability, but at the very least, he'll ensure that this squad will be producing points from the jump. Starting at shooting guard is the 6'7" star Clyde the Glide Drexler. This incredible athlete did a little bit of everything for his Blazers in the late 80s and early 90s. He was an elite slasher and high flyer who had above-the-rim abilities that was extremely similar to a prime Michael Jordan. But beyond that, he was also a capable three-point shooter, making him a dangerous offensive weapon from just about anywhere on the court. His individual best came in 1989, where he averaged 27 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists, and nearly 3 steals on 50% shooting from the field. Alongside of Lillard, Drexler will make this backcourt nearly impossible to keep up with offensively. Starting at small forward is the 6'10" All-Star Clifford Robinson. Cliff was a major contributor towards both of the Blazers' finals runs in the 1990s. He was consistently a 20 points per game threat during his peak, but he was also an elite defensive player as he made 2 all-defense teams in Portland. Although much of his damage was done as a starter, he was also a strong bench threat in his youth, as he won the 6th Man of the Year in 1993. Beyond his skills and abilities, he'll also have pre-existing chemistry with his fellow starter, Clyde Drexler. Starting at power forward is the perennial all-star, LaMarcus Aldridge. This finesse-style big man was quite the producer in his prime. At 6'11", he used his size, his sound fundamentals, and his soft touch on his jump shot to be one of the leading scorers of his team. In 2014, he averaged 23 points and 11 rebounds while making 46% of his shots. He made 7 All-Star teams and 5 All-NBA teams, and he'll be right at home competing alongside of Damian Lillard. Starting at center is one of the greatest bigs to ever play, Bill Walton. This NBA legend did a variety of things well, as he was a legendary passer from the post, he was a tremendous rim protector, a dominant rebounder, and a pretty solid scorer. In 1978, he won the league's MVP, and is still the player who was able to do it in the fewest amount of games played. But there also lies the concern, as Walton is arguably the most injury-prone all-star of all time. Assuming he's able to remain healthy in this ultimate season, he'll be making his teammates significantly better while casually dominating as a team-oriented leader. Now on to the second unit. The backup point guard is the underrated orchestrator Terry Porter. During their finals runs in the 1990s, Porter was the team's second best player, behind only Clyde Drexler. He was a precise distributor, and I vividly remember him as one of the elite perimeter shooters of his time. In 1991, he averaged 18 points, 9 assists, and 2 steals on 46% shooting. At his best, he was usually hitting around 40% of his three-point attempts, but beyond that, he would consistently hit jumpers between 17 and 20 feet. He'll keep defenses honest, but he'll also be punishing defenses with his solid playmaking in transition. The backup shooting guard is the tremendously skilled star Brandon Roy. This 6'6" athlete was absurdly dangerous in his early 20s, and even Kobe Bryant once described him as the most difficult player to guard in the Western Conference. He had an elite handle on the basketball, and around the rim, he was one of the best finishers the game had to offer. In a way that was similar to Damian Lillard, he often appeared as if he had ice in his veins, as he would regularly bury big shots in massive moments. At his individual best in 2009, he averaged 23 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists on 48% shooting. Honestly, he'll likely be on the court to close out games, regardless of the fact that he isn't a starter. The backup small forward is the NBA legend Scottie Pippen. Of course, his best basketball was in Chicago, but Scottie was still an extremely effective two-way player in Portland. In the 99-2000 season, he helped lead the Blazers to 59 wins while finishing on the NBA's second all-defense team. He also averaged 12 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists on 45% shooting. With him as an example, and with his veteran experience, he'll be one of the effective leaders of this group. The backup power forward is the 6'11" star Rasheed Wallace. He's most famous for his inability to control his temper, and for accumulating multiple technical fouls in a hurry. But aside from that, he was likely the Blazers' best player during their championship contending days of the early 2000s. He was solid with his back to the basket, as he loved to go to work from the post, and with his high release point, his jumper was nearly impossible to defend. Not only was he a solid stretch 4, but he was dangerous from as far as 30 feet out. In 2001, he averaged 19 points, 8 rebounds, and nearly 2 blocks on 50% shooting from the field. The backup center is the 7'3" Hall of Famer Arvydas Sabonis. He's known for being a basketball legend overseas, but even in his 30s, he was still a tremendous player in the NBA. He had sound fundamentals and was a solid passer and rebounder. He was the Rookie of the Year runner-up at the age of 31, and at his best in the 97-98 season, he averaged 16 points, 10 rebounds, and 3 assists, while making 49% of his shots. Alongside of Scottie Pippen and Rasheed Wallace, this second unit will run like a well-oiled machine, thanks to their pre-existing chemistry as teammates. Now on to the 3 rotation players. The first is the 2016 Most Improved Player, CJ McCollum. As most of you know, this guy was an aggressive bucket getter in his Portland prime, and I think he'll make a great substitution player as he can be a tremendous spark of offense if the team needs it. In 2017, he averaged 23, 4, and 4 while having lethal efficiency splits, including the fact that he was the league's leader in free throw percentage. The second rotation player is the 6'9" forward Maurice Lucas. This man was known as the Enforcer. and he always played with hustle and heart. Alongside of Bill Walton, this tandem dominated the low post and the painted area. He was a double-double machine in 1977, where he averaged 20 points and 11 rebounds while making 47% of his attempts. If an injection of old-school style is ever needed, then Lucas will make a solid substitution. The third rotation player and the last spot on the roster goes to the 6'9" bruiser Zach Randolph. Zebo may have not been the most athletically gifted player, but he knew how to throw his weight around and impose his will. He also had a smooth mid-range jumper, and he will be no easy assignment when he's on the floor. At his Portland best in 2007, Randolph averaged about 24 points and 10 rebounds on 47% shooting. With very few minutes behind so many solid bigs, Randolph will be able to conserve his energy and be an absolute bulldozer whenever he's substituted in. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Blazers team. My mind isn't necessarily blown away by their overall talent, but they do have a plethora of big game performers who are capable of hitting big shots. They also have a lot of size and a strong grit and grind old school flavor that should keep things interesting. How do you see this team doing in the Ultimate Western Conference? Let me know below. Also, here is my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the roster instead? Starting at point guard is the game's greatest sniper, Steph Curry. Anytime Steph is put on a roster, people immediately begin to imagine how much better he'll make his teammates simply because of the spacing he creates. And in this Ultimate Team scenario, that couldn't be a more impressive thought. I won't spend an excessive amount of time describing Steph, because you all know what this guy brings to the table. He's an all-time great ball handler, he's amazing off-ball, he's remarkable at finishing around the rim, and he's simply the best three-point shooter that we've ever seen. During his unanimous MVP season in 2016, he averaged a league-leading 30 points, 7 assists, and 5 rebounds on a stellar true shooting percentage. To this day, that's the highest scoring 50-40-90 season in NBA history, and that's the peak version of Steph that will be leading these Warriors. Starting as shooting guard is a guy who can get hot quickly, Klay Thompson. Alongside of his longtime teammate, Klay will make this backcourt an absolute nightmare to opposing defenses, as both perimeter players will be drawing constant attention. At his best, he was the ultimate 3-and-D type of player, as he could get unconscious from distance while putting the clamps on opposing guards. At his best in 2016, he averaged about 22 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 assists, while having lethal efficiency splits. As the NBA's record holder for the most points in a single quarter and for the most three-pointers made in a single game, he'll always be a looming threat from the perimeter. Starting as small forward is the 6'7" Hall of Famer Rick Barry. Simply put, he's one of the greatest players in the history of the game, but for some reason, he's rarely acknowledged as such. Barry had solid fundamentals, and he had a smooth pull-up jumper that looked as if it was straight from the modern NBA. He was a legitimate superstar who led his Warriors to the NBA championship in 1975, where he was named the Finals MVP. He also has the highest career scoring average in NBA Finals history. Beyond the fact that he was an all-time great scorer and an all-time great big game performer, he was also an underrated passer, which will be key for this team that prioritizes ball movement and spacing. At his best in 1967, he averaged an insane 35.6 points, 9.2 rebounds, and 3.6 assists, while being one of the most all-around efficient players in the entire league. Starting at power forward is the 7-foot assassin Kevin Durant. KD will enjoy some extremely open looks with the teammates he has on the perimeter, as his field goal percentage and three-point percentage dramatically increased upon joining Golden State. He was one of the most versatile players of all time, in the sense that he can play a variety of positions, like small forward, power forward, and even center. which will allow this team to experiment with different rotations, and that will be a major benefit to this already stacked roster. He was an underappreciated defensive player in Golden State, and had some of the greatest finals performances in recent history. In 2017, he averaged 25 points, 8 rebounds, and 5 assists on tremendous efficiency splits. Starting at center is arguably the most dominant player of all time, Wilt Chamberlain. This 7'1" Hall of Famer was a terrorizing force throughout the 1960s, as he was stronger, faster, more skilled, and had greater stamina than the vast majority of the league. In 1962, he put up utterly goofy averages of 50 points and 26 rebounds on 51% shooting from the field. He was a remarkable passer and one of the greatest big man facilitators that the game has ever seen, especially from the post. That skill will be a lethal asset to this roster, as he'll be surrounded with some of the greatest perimeter weapons of all time. So yeah, there will be games where he'll score 50 points. But there might also be games where he gets 20 assists, all depending on how the defense chooses to approach him. Now on to the second unit. The backup point guard is the incredibly skilled Tim Hardaway. This floor general has become one of the least recognized stars of basketball's past. But let me tell you, he was one of the most well-rounded players of his era. For one, he had an amazing handle of the basketball and a crossover dribble capable of breaking the ankles of just about any defender. He was a strong finisher at the rim and was an elite three-point shooter, both in efficiency and volume. Throw in the fact that he was one of the best fast break facilitators of his era, and yeah, this guy was quite the problem. In 1991, he played all 82 games, while averaging 23 points, 10 assists, 4 rebounds, and 2.6 steals, while having strong shooting splits. He'll be an amazing substitution for the few instances where Steph is having an off-shooting night. The backup shooting guard is the second member of the Run TMC Warriors, Mitch Richmond. This 6'5" slasher was a flat-out bucket getter, who would regularly hit shots from just about anywhere on the court. On one hand, he had the athleticism and leaping ability to embarrass opposing rim protectors, but he was also another elite sniper from distance. He was the Rookie of the Year in 1989, as he averaged 22 points, 6 rebounds, and 4 assists on 47% shooting from the field. He'll continue the flow of offense when Klay Thompson heads to the bench. Starting as small forward is the 6'7" lefty legend Chris Mullin. As the third member of the Run TMC Warriors, Mullin was the squad's typical leading scorer, and as yet another tremendous three-point shooter who excelled in transition, they were truly a team that was ahead of its time. It might seem hard to believe in hindsight, but Mullin was one of the most respected and threatening players of his era, and he finished as high as 6th overall in the MVP race in 1992. That year, he averaged nearly 26 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 assists, while being extremely efficient in each shooting category. Based on his skill set, and based on how he spaces the floor, he'll blend in seamlessly with this ultimate group. The backup power forward is the energetic focal leader Draymond Green. His explosive personality has led him into many controversial situations that I think have started to overshadow just how valuable he is as a player. For one, Draymond is one of the greatest defenders ever at his size, as he has continuously made major stops when his team needed it the most. He is also a tremendous facilitator and had some short stints where he was a pretty solid three-point shooter, like in 2016, where he averaged 14 points, 9 rebounds, and 7 assists, while making 49% of his shots and 39% of his threes. He'll probably get significant minutes with some of the starters, seeing how he has very unique abilities that complement some of his teammates quite well. The backup center is the 6'11" Hall of Famer Nate Thurmond. This absolute beast was one of the all-time great interior players, who was known as one of the best defenders for containing Wilt Chamberlain. but on this ultimate team, they'll be a part of the same big man rotation. He was a stat-stuffing machine, as he's one of the 4 players in NBA history to achieve the illustrious quadruple-double. In 1968, he averaged 20 points, 22 rebounds, and 4 assists on 41% shooting. He made 5 all-defense teams in his career, and that will likely be his greatest contribution to this already stacked roster. Now on to the 3 rotation players. The first is the 6'7" bulldozer Bernard King. He was one of the top scorers of the 1980s and was a strong and relentless finisher in transition. When things slowed down, he would use his solid footwork and his intelligence to get good looks inside of 15 feet. He was a tremendously efficient player who made very few mistakes, and in 1982, he averaged 23 points, 6 rebounds, and 4 assists, while making nearly 57% of his shots. He'll be a strong spark off the bench whenever he's subbed in. The second rotation player is the explosive 6'3" point guard Baron Davis. Longtime Warriors fans remember this guy, as he was famously the leader of the 2007 We Believe Warriors, who went on to upset the first-seeded Dallas Mavericks in the first round. He was a tremendous dual threat, as he could be the best player on the court with either his scoring or facilitating. When he attacked the rim, he did it with authority, and in 2007, he averaged 20 points, 8 assists, 4 rebounds, and a league-leading 2.1 steals on 44% shooting. He knows how to get the crowd going, and he'll do that in the few minutes he's out there. The third rotation player, and the last on this roster, is one of the 75 greatest players of all time, Paul Arizin. This 6'4" small forward was one of the most complete players of his decade, and in 1952 he led the league in scoring, as he averaged 25.4 points, 11 rebounds, and 3 assists, while making a league-leading 44.8% of his shots. Being this deep on the roster, there won't be many opportunities up for grabs, but Paul will have the experience and the grit to contribute if given the opportunity. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Warriors team. The spacing and shooting of this group is stunning on both the first and second unit. Beyond that, they have a scary combination of all-time great shooters and all-time great facilitators, who will work seamlessly well together. They're also very strong defensively and on the boards. Honestly, I'm struggling to find a single weakness on this roster, which to me solidifies them as legitimate championship contenders in this Ultimate season. How many teams are better than these Warriors? If any, let me know below. Also, here's my list of honorable mentions, should any of these players have made the roster instead. I look forward to hearing your thoughts in the comments section below. Starting at point guard is one of the fastest players the game has ever seen, John Wall. At his best, this star was one of the most complete floor generals in the entire league, as he was a dual threat on offense while being a menace on defense. Not only was he usually among the league leaders in steals per game, but as a guard, he was also an all-time great shot blocker, despite the fact that he was only standing at 6'3" tall. At his best in 2017, he finished 7th overall in the MVP race, while averaging 23 points, 11 assists, 4 rebounds, and 2 steals, while making 45% of his shots. He'll push the tempo for this team while contributing in a variety of ways. Starting as shooting guard is the 6'4" scorer Bradley Beal. Especially during his time in Washington, this guy was an amazing scorer who could finish above the rim, from mid-range, and from distance. He made 3 All-Star teams and was among the league's leading scorers on several occasions, including in 2021 when he averaged 31 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists on solid efficiency splits. As a floor spacer who's capable of making a play for himself, he'll ensure that this team will never struggle to produce points. Starting as small forward is the GOAT, Michael Jordan. Yes, he wasn't the same player that he was in Chicago, but MJ was quite good in his first season in Washington before he tore his meniscus. As a slower and more methodical player, MJ was besting his opponents in the mid-range, with his intelligence and with his sound fundamentals. Leading up to the injury in 2002, he was averaging about 25 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, and 1.5 steals, while making 42% of his shots. At the age of 38, stamina and health will be his biggest concern. But when it comes to his leadership and experience, MJ will be having a major impact on this squad. Starting at power forward is the 6'9" Hall of Famer Elvin Hayes. This man was an absolute force in the post and on the boards. He was extremely effective with his back to the basket, as he was equipped with a soft turnaround jumper and amazing footwork. He was a big game performer who carried his team in many playoff contests. As a member of the Bullets in 1974, he averaged 21 points, a league-leading 18 rebounds, and 3 blocks, while finishing 5th overall in the MVP race. With all of his scoring-minded teammates in this starting unit, Hayes will likely be a beast who focuses most of his energy on cleaning up the boards. Starting at center is a man who won the MVP in his rookie season, Wes Unseld. This NBA legend is officially one of the 75 greatest players of all time, and he was recognized as such for good reasons. For example, he won the NBA championship in 1978, while earning the Finals MVP trophy, and he was a dominant rebounder who led the entire league in 1975. He was never known to be a top-tier scorer, but he didn't need to be, as Unseld was a team-first player who played with hustle and heart that translated to a whole bunch of winning for his ball club. In his MVP rookie season, he averaged nearly 14 points, 18 rebounds, and 3 assists on 48% shooting. He'll be right at home competing alongside of the Big E down low. Now on to the second unit. The backup point guard is one of the most explosive scorers that we've ever seen at the position, Gilbert Arenas. In several ways, Agent Zero was really the prototype to James Harden, in the sense that he was a prolific scorer who almost always created his own shot, and he was a dangerous three-point shooter. He was so difficult to stop during his peak that even Kobe Bryant couldn't keep him from dropping 60 points. At his best in 2006, he averaged 29 points, 6 assists, and 2 steals, while making 45% of his attempts. He won't just be a spark off the bench, but rather a flamethrower, as second-string players will be desperately trying to contain him. The backup shooting guard is the 6'3" legend Earl the Pearl Monroe. This guy was a walking highlight in his prime, as he was quite the showman with a fantastic handle of the basketball and with dazzling passes when the defense least expected it. He was also remarkably quick and had a high-arcing jump shot that was extremely difficult to contest. In his debut season, he was named the Rookie of the Year, as he averaged 24 points, 6 rebounds, and 4 assists on 45% shooting. Michael Jordan will be able to keep himself well rested, knowing that Monroe will be holding things down when he's on the court. The backup small forward is the 6'6" Hall of Famer Gus Johnson. In the 1960s, this star was one of the best two-way players in the entire league, as he made 5 All-Star teams and earned 2 All-Defense Team selections. He had a reliable pull-up jumper that he typically used in transition, and that skill will come in handy on this extremely up-tempo squad. In 1968, he averaged 19 points, 13 rebounds, and 3 assists on 47% shooting. As a veteran with championship experience, he'll continue the theme of this roster so far, which is talented players and a high-powered offense. The backup power forward is the 6'10" All-Star Chris Webber. He was one of the most versatile bigs of his era, as he could run the fast break, he was an incredibly gifted passer, he was a solid rebounder, and he had a tremendous jumper as far as 20 feet out. He made his first All-Star team as a member of the Bullets in 1997, and that season, he put up averages of 20 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 blocks on 52% shooting. He was so good and so skilled in so many aspects that he'll surely be battling for some of the starting minutes. The backup center is the 6'11 legend Walt Bellamy. He was one of the most complete big men of his era, as he was consistently going toe-to-toe with Wilt Chamberlain in his prime, which he might have to do again in this Ultimate season. As an athletically gifted star, he was a premier scorer and rebounder, and he was simply one of the greatest rookies in basketball history, as he averaged 32 points and 19 rebounds while leading the entire league in field goal percentage. If more scoring is ever needed, then Bellamy will make the perfect substitution for Wes Unseld. Now on to the 3 rotation players. The first is the remarkably skilled guard Rod Strickland. He's one of the most underrated players of all time, and if you squinted your eyes, you'd think you were watching Kyrie Irving, based on his amazing handle of the basketball and based on his incredible layup package. Simply put, he was an elite playmaker both for himself and for his teammates. In 1998, he was tearing up the league, as he averaged 18 points and a league-leading 10.5 assists on 43% shooting. With so many shifty and talented guards on this roster, it'll be a battle for him to secure many minutes, but he'll definitely be a threat whenever he's on the court. The second rotation player is the 6'7 small forward Bernard King. He's most famous for his prime in New York, but make no mistake, he was still a stud in Washington. He wasn't with the Bullets until his 30s, and at the age of 34, he tested the limits of father time, as he averaged 28 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, while making 47% of his attempts. As a mid-range specialist with elite footwork, he'll be abusing third-string competition when given the opportunity. The third rotation player and the final spot on the roster goes to one of the greatest centers to ever play the game, Moses Malone. His prime may have happened in Houston and Philadelphia, but regardless of that, Malone was still a force in his early 30s in Washington, as he did his usual dominating of the boards while being a top scorer. In 1987, he averaged 24 points and 11 rebounds while making 45% of his attempts. He even finished among the 10 finalists in the MVP voting, further solidifying this insane rotation of all-time great big men. So here's a final look at the complete roster of this Ultimate Wizards team. There is certainly a more old-school feel to this roster, and due to this, they don't have that many elite three-point shooters relatively to the rest of the teams in this series. Regardless, they have a plethora of scorers and will certainly be among the best rebounding teams in the entire series. Does this team have a shot at making the playoffs in the East? Let me know below. Also, here is my list of honorable mentions, should any of these players have made the roster instead. As always, I look forward to hearing your thoughts in the comment section below. Thanks for watching as always, make sure to like and subscribe for more basketball content, and I'll see you guys in the next video.